We have about 15 to 20 minutes of a presentation and then a panel discussion. So there's not too many presentations, just one for each session. So Shivani will present what we have done on the stormwater management. This work was earlier done by Dhruv. He has left. So Shivani is just taking over from the work which was done earlier.
Um, uh, yeah. Yeah. I would request all the panelists to come on and sit here. We have kept the publication here. Yeah. Okay. Okay, then it's okay. Then I'll call you again. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. Today we are doing this conclave under the theme of like water sensitive urban design and planning, under which we are covering several components to complete the water cycle, like all sorts of water, stormwater, wastewater, rainwater. So the first topic for this is stormwater management. And what approach should we take in India to cover for a sustainable stormwater management. So the structure of my presentation would be, I'll talk about the research, design and methodology that we have used to work on, we were working on it. And in India, when we look into stormwater management in India, what are the structural and non-structural dimensions of it? Like, what are the structural issues and what are the issues at the governance, on policy and on those sides? And then we'll, with all those analysis, the issue challenges, and we'll also seek out for like what are the current opportunities. Like we know there are a lot of limitations and there are a lot of issues, but what are the current opportunities? And based on our analysis, CSE has come up with 5 principles, and we will be looking into the applicability of those principles into India. So why do we need to talk about stormwater management in India? So basically, we have been experiencing like high intensity of rainfall in a very short period of time, and all our like class 2 or class 1 cities get flooded every time. That is a issue that we see every year. And like at the same time, the groundwater status, and that is also depleting. So in this in this context, like we have mapped these 100 smart cities, and the red with dotted shows that all these cities experience urban flooding. At the same time, we see there's a coexistence of water shortage and abundance. The cities that go through, like they have crucial water challenges and shortage issues. They also go through drainage scenario, and like with a little rain, the cities are flooded, the roads are jammed. We recently also experienced the flooding in Bangalore, which gauged a lot of attention, and there were a lot of reasons which were like why it is getting flooded and whatnot. This also multiplies with the pollution factor, that we should always take care when we are talking about the quantity of water, that the pollution and the waste factor we should not ignore. So the study that we are here to review and get your feedback on is like basically aimed at understanding the potential and the challenges within the current scenario of stormwater management, and thereby, like with that analysis, suggesting approaches which focus on lowering the overall hydrological impact, which has been there due to urbanization. The study highlights the impact of poor stormwater management in India in the context of climate change, changing land use, land cover, and like all the non-structural issues. The objectives are like we are trying to assess the existing stormwater infrastructure which is there in India, like what kind of different structures, infrastructure-wise, which are there, and try to also identify the deficiencies in current policy planning and designing of those infrastructure, and identify what are the structural and non-structural issues and crises in stormwater management in India. Based on that, formulate and recommend principles for storm management based on our water sensitive urban design and planning approach. And then similarly, we have also covered some best management practices, and we have tried to infer the key learnings from them, and also like to see how that can be applicable in the Indian context. Again, the research is divided into two sections with addressing the following questions. The first section of the research covers like the existing challenges in urban drainage systems, causes of what are the several causes of logging, pluvial flooding, existing planning approach and infrastructural provisions, gaps and issues in the existing area. The second is talking about the potential that we have with whatever scenario we are currently in. What is the potential to do? For that, we have recommended some sustainable stormwater planning approach, like with drainage master plans and all principles. There are 5 principles. We have also talked about stakeholders for stormwater management and stormwater inclusion of this factor into the drainage master plans and stormwater master plan. Again, this is the same objective that shows the structure of the document, like first to appraise the stormwater management scenario in India, and then based on that, developing principles and approaches for the same. So we all are aware of impact of land use and land cover, how it is overall affecting the hydrological cycle of water, and due to urbanization, like there has a lot of things that we have been experiencing. Lakes and water bodies have been encroached. The infiltration rate has decreased by like a huge amount. Loss of stormwater storage systems, impervious has increased, runoff volume has increased, and like we are experiencing a very heavy rain in a small amount of time, and the existing infrastructure is unable to take care of that. And similarly, like all those issues with urbanization and planning, which the cities are facing. At the same time, apart from these stormwater, the drains that we have in our city, they also carry wastewater, that is grey water from kitchen and bathroom, effluent from OSS, black water in absence of OSS, excreta in case of open defecation and urination and drains, and solid waste due to littering and dumping that is happening. So causes of urban flooding in our cities, like there are several causes, but we have listed down some. Like there's lack of drainage infrastructure. We'll also be covering like what are the major policies issues that is responsible for this. Backup due to elevated downstream levels, flooding in low-lying areas, encroachment of low-lying areas. A lot of cities have been developed over the low-lying areas, and inundation caused by high river or stream water levels, a blockage of inefficiency of the existing drainage infrastructure that we have, and the current drainage systems are overwhelmed by excessive runoff flow, resulting in water logging and overland flow. So usually short duration, high intensity rainfall that we are experiencing with the climate change and all these resulting into, that is also a very important factor, and the need for resilience is there. And can also with even in the cities where there is low intensity rainfall but higher duration, that also is an issue because of lack of drainage infrastructure and lack of permeable surfaces, so they don't infiltrate into the ground and what is logged. So in this, we have studied, taken the case of Delhi and mapped a few things, like to study the stormwater infrastructure. So if we see, so in India, there are major drainage systems. Those are the bigger nalas, natural channels and all. Minor are the most common, which includes the drains, roadside drains, and separate drains. These are the systems that we have reviewed with taking cases of different cities in India, and like how they are performing, and what are the limitations and to each. And all these drains, they are choked, and they are heavily not functional and get overwhelmed with a little amount of rain. Even like where the CSC main office, there's a Sangam Vihar that also we have studied, that gets flooded in a very small amount of rain. And uh, all those areas, because of lack of infrastructure that is there in the informal settlements also, that is a very important factor. Because in India, when we talk about our cities, those settlements are one of the majority that needs some attention. So the conventional design system in Indian cities focuses on the minor drainage system. It comprises like construction of drains, channels, roadside drains, channelization, rehabilitation, and enlargement of existing stormwater drainage networks, and also provision of cross drainage networks. And this system may also, like, there is no uh, uh, separation of like wastewater, and these are like always they may also collect, these systems may also collect wastewaters derived from various domestic, commercial, and industrial activities along the stormwater. So there is no division between the waste and the stormwater that we are talking about here. And they more than often they combine and get destructed. So the recommended designs that we have so far, they are usually from the old standards, and they don't consider the impact of climate change and the new urbanization factor that the city is growing with. So all those area that we have reviewed, the current policies and programs that is there in the existing infrastructure. And when we talk about like stormwater into urban planning and policy framework, so we have seen a lot of urban planning issues, which includes like planned and unplanned encroachment. They are both of them. Inadequate development of control norms, lack of catchment area and planning. Even though the existing infrastructure that is there, the proper O&M and the sustenance for it, there are no plans as such which one can follow for a context-based cities. And the existing policy framework, we have reviewed all the policies and seen like all the water policies and where urban flooding has been included, and stormwater management. So major of the programs, the stormwater management comes into a very last priority. If we see, so sanitation, fecal sewerage, and water supply have always been the major priorities of these policies and programs, but stormwater management has gauged very less attention to that. So when we are like through CSE, we are mainstreaming the concept of water sensitive urban design and planning, which says like it cannot replace the gray infrastructure as such, but within the existing scenario, we can always look for existing areas. What do we have in hand for looking into the current scenario, and what alternatives we can find in terms of designing and planning alternatives. So we have developed over the time a lot of work into it, like the practitioner's guide of WSGP, green infrastructure, CGINS. It's a web-based compendium which has a lot of case studies, like around 75 case studies from all over the world into different categories, documented. And the recent work that we have been doing is the stormwater harvesting using public and open spaces. Because when we see about the existing spaces, we always talk about there is no space, there is no land where to do these interventions. That also goes with provision of gray infrastructure, like as such, like if we're talking about space and land. So even then, the study tells about in different land uses, what are the potential of existing areas where you can still do an alternative which can accelerate the infrastructural processes. So these are the three studies that in Odisha, that has been a very good example where the government has like implemented the rainwater harvesting structures in parks. Over like around 36,000 structures has been done over the last 2 years. Then it's a similar study based on Delhi we have done, and state of Uttar Pradesh, where we have taken the 5 cities and we have calculated the stormwater harvesting potential of those areas just using the open spaces and parks. So that is the only the stormwater harvesting potential, like whether you have to store it, recharge it, that goes into deeper study of the aquifer and the natural capacity of the area. So on the same, like after these review of different things and based on our WSDP approach, we have made 5 principles for stormwater management in India. First is the major and minor approach, like combination of the conventional system with such, that is sustainable urban drainage systems. These are small design and planning interventions. We can make a trail, and there are several options that is available. Currently, no guideline, no program policy tells us how to design those structures into our existing system and how we can incorporate the combination of those. Attenuate, the second principle is attenuate and infiltrate first. We should work on the control volume and peak runoff from site by creating retention and detention areas. Preserve natural streams and water bodies. They are a very extreme, very important part of our stormwater and drainage system of a city. Based on the natural topography, we should do that. Interventions at all scales. We always, when we talk about these bigger gray infrastructure systems, we look at it as is in a centralized way. So how we can do it in a decentralized way? What are the alternatives that we can find? So like follow the SUDS train at individual neighborhood and zonal city scale. That will give us like, and combining them together, integrating all these ideas together at different scales is the fourth principle. Third principle, the next is context-based intervention. Obviously, no solution can fit everything, and the context is very important. So like, it's important to locate, study the area that you're gonna work thoroughly with all the aspects, topographical, hydrological, and all those things are very important to contextualize your principles into your area as per city's dense urban fabric, topography, and along physical features. So when you do that, you will find opportunity areas to locate those interventions. Then stormwater harvesting at all scales, like using public open space, that's a great deal to increase and benefit the city in a large scale. So that is there. But again, these, when we talk about stormwater harvesting and recharge, it is very important to take in mind that we do it mindfully. Not all areas can be recharged and they can turn into an issue. But at the same time, that's why contextualization of your area is very important. Then when we talk about principle 4, so how do we look into unauthorized and informal areas? That is one thing that we have been discussing for some time, and that is one of the main questions from the panelists also, like how do we make up for the informal settlements and what are the alternatives? So we have also worked on like how using the WSCDP strategies for wastewater management using DWAT, that's a decentralized way for pollution abatement, soil line protection. If this is the Sangam Vihar of an informal settlement along nearby CSE office main area that we have mapped, and we have mapped the stormwater drains along the road, the natural nalas, the possible open spaces and the water bodies that it has. So pollution abatement, shoreline protection, and buffer area management are essential to manage urban water bodies. And then similarly, stormwater harvesting for rejuvenation of water bodies, like there is Pochanpur Lake example in Dwarka that has been done in a planned settlement, how you can do it, because the stormwater will have lesser risk there. So this approach can be implemented with retrofitting in planned areas and through water sensitive land use planning in urban extension zones. To summarize like major points, first, like as I mentioned, that it is very important to do the scientific analysis of the stormwater drainage system, the existing system where we do the catchment delineation, drain analysis, terrain analysis to determine dominant areas, to find out the recharge potential area. Aquifer mapping is very important. Local rainfall analysis, not at a district level, but using a local rain analysis because that varies from areas to areas. deploy models to stimulate the floods, capture the drainage infrastructure. We can validate the mapping by mapping hotspots, potential hotspots. So there we would know which are the areas to work on. And then hydrologic and hydrodynamic modeling. So we can get the water profiles, extent of backwater effects within the stormwater drainage network. Vulnerability assessment, it is very important so that we can find out the areas in a city that those are vulnerable and that needs to be prioritized first so that we can cater to equity in distribution of infrastructure. And it should not be done in isolation. We should include all those alternatives in together, like retention cum harvesting corridors can be laid along the road to capture the runoff and recharge. And then alternatives for sustainable stormwater management and suitability in Indian context. There other solutions like the SUDs and all, and their applicability, like harvesting at the site, at the scale, and retrofitting of site scale watersheds, SUDs, micro scale infiltration bed. So in the studies, we have also done one applicability of these structures into India by mentioning, by reviewing its advantages and disadvantages and all those points. So with this, I'll be ending my presentation. Thank you so much. For now, I'll invite the panelists for discussion on the stage. Mr. Samrat Basar, Vanna ma'am, Rohit sir, and Mayank sir. Sure, sir. Yeah, this has been live streamed. The event is being live streamed, so we can also share the link with you where there is the presentations also. Yeah.
Would you like to pose or? Okay, thank you, Shivani, and great job in. And as I said, the earlier team member Dhruv and Shivani worked together on this stormwater. And today's panelists, Rohitji works with CPHEO, and his brief introduction is there. Of all the panelists, is there actually in the invitation folder. So I will not go ahead to introduce them in detail, only just to share an anecdotal this thing with Rohitji. I was also for 1 year in CPHEO when the SBM had just started in 2015. And Rohitji with Chaurasia and other, they're quite instrumental in the fact that CPHEO also has a stormwater guidelines. So I would also like Rohitji also, if you can, focus on that part of the CPHEO guidelines. And Samrat, of course, is very well known as a dynamic professional in the water sector with WRI. So WRI has also done substantial work and on lake rejuvenation and several other aspects. So if he can also, critique what we have presented and suggest what more could be done. And Vandana Menon is one of our, in a way, what was presented by Sumita in the morning as one of our key resource persons, as well as a participant and a panelist in all of our webinars and on rainwater harvesting. And she's from Delhi, Nizamuddin colony. So there they have done work in their area. And similarly, Mayank Mishra, I haven't met him personally earlier, but Mayank is also is an architect planner, and hopefully he will be also able to share from that perspective of what stormwater management priorities should be. So I would not take much time. I would just open it up. Who would like to speak first? It's up to the panel, and we have till 12:30. So let's have a quick round of first interactions. And some of the questions which were shared with the panelists was, what about informal settlements where, stormwater and drainage networks are combined? What do we do there? What kind of green-blue infrastructure are we talking about, SUDs? Similarly, about CPHEO norms. There are the norms which were earlier for stormwater drainage. Should these norms be expanded given the impact of high rainfall during events like Bangalore or Lucknow, 180 mm of rain in 1 hour? So is there a need to review the CPHEO norms? Um, Somebody from Delhi General Board was here mentioning this issue of siltation in the drains itself, and especially in Delhi. And if is that an issue which needs to be addressed? And of course, the stormwater drainage mapping, which Vandana had raised in the morning. So these questions have been shared with the panelists. I would like you to, also address one by one. So maybe Rohit ji, we can start with you then.
Thank you, Dipinderji. And good morning, everybody. We just had a very nice presentation. Thank you, Shivani. It was really wonderfully done. I'm audible? This was quite wonderfully done. In fact, you had covered most of the points which should be discussed during a stormwater management issue. Obviously, our esteemed panelists will have their own views. But I think from the CPHO perspective, when I say from the government's perspective, major issues were discussed. Now we have Delhi Jal Board. You're from Delhi Jal Board, sir. So I was sitting there, and as an engineer, a lot of engineers would be here. These issues are generally known to all engineers, because these are, this is like, if you've done 10, 15, 20 years in this sector, you generally know about what are the major problems. So I was just visualizing that before I start with my, that CPHO manual part of thing, that what when you look at a city with all your experiences, when you look at a city and there's a storm water drainage which is supposed to be there, and then there's storm water drainage is supposed to be meeting the expected design storm, which may be once in 20 years or once in 100 years, depends on the priority of that piece of land. So what are the problems which we have been facing? Because even when the storm intensity is not to the tune for which the stormwater drains had been designed, even then the flooding takes place. So what are those issues? One is there's no continuity of the drains. So drains which are supposed to be, it's a very, very simple system. There's a road, there's a continuity of road, there's a cross junction, you get into another road, and then you keep going, and that's how you, from your house, you move into your open street, and then from that into your mohalla, then you go out of the mohalla and continue. You can go from Delhi to Noida, but the roads are continuous. But why are the stormwater drains not continuous? So this is one major problem, that encroachment takes place. It's either encroachment which is done in defiance of the provisions, or it could be in ignorance of the provisions. So this continuity is something which has been a major issue. And when we see that Delhi gets flooded, or when with somebody was giving example of Bangalore. So these places get flooded even with minor rainfall. So this is one major issue which comes to our mind. And when we start designing that, because CPHO manual can design based on these empirical formulas, what is the IDF curves are there, intensity, duration, frequency curves are there. Based on that, we take a 20 to 30 years data, you plan some curve, and based on that curve, there's a shape of the drain which comes up, and for that, you can just keep doing that. So one, that continuity is not there. Second is there is deposit of silt, solid waste, everything gets deposited. So whatever you design, that the volumes are not available. So I hope my friend from Delhi Jal Board, who's actually practicing this thing on ground, he would also relate with this. So these are few issues. But one major big issue is, which in this country will always have a problem, is, see, you can have a grid of roads. You can even have a grid of water supply which is pumped into this thing. But storm water has to follow the lay of the land, the natural land. If you try to do too much with the, you have to take it along the, along the road and then take it perpendicular this way, it will always fail. Unless you so over design the entire, this thing, then it will become uneconomical. So can we have, there's an article in our constitution called Article 243. So can we have at the city level, I don't know how, if city representatives are there, you are supposed to acquire the land, even if the land is not acquired, even if it's a privately owned this thing, the stormwater can be taken from below the property. And that's how in USA, in Europe, these kind of, this priority is always given to the, because this is for the public good. So can we have that kind of system? So maybe one of the discussions and one of the takeaways which the agencies like CSC can try to bring to notice of all concerned is that we must have this the prioritization of making the storm water move away from the place where it is where otherwise it will start flooding. So can we use these provisions of Article 243 so that we can at least without even disturbing, we have all these underground you could say metro lines which are using those systems, and you can easily make a drain out there. So this is something which is very much required, especially in our context where we have such urban density, and where such huge amount of what is that word was that runoff has increased so much because of so much the construction, and the natural pervasivity of the land has been reduced. So this is something which beyond my design manual, beyond the CPHO manual, because we can only design for it for a you could say a situation which is you could say proper, but we can't design for these other issues. Second major aspect which I wanted to discuss was about the the management. So engineering is just one part of it, but the major problem still becomes managerial. If we allow our cities to expand in any direction as a ribbon development, and then first the city expands in a ribbon development, so we make a drain which is along the road because only the houses are next to the road. Then the city gets into the away from the road. Now this drain which is on the road is at a, you could say, higher level, whereas the hinterland from which the new colonies are coming up at a lower level. Now it becomes impossible to connect the hinterland drains into this major drain. So if we don't allow unplanned development to take place, only then we can expect that the this danger of flooding will be avoided. So we have to be very, very ruthless with our the planning. So that again is a managerial issue which the city has to decide, because it is for your overall public good. Maybe not for a short term, but for the long term. So this is something which this city people need to look into. And the last point before I leave is about the encroachment. So encroachments and downstream bunding. So what is happening? One major problem for which we have realized for urban flooding is that a downstream area, you create some kind of encroachment, you create some kind of blockage, or you do some kind of bunding. So what happens that the entire water which was supposed to flow along the end, it's not only the water which flows on the drain which will prevent flooding, even the water which flows as a sheet along the surface, if that gets prevented and it is not allowed to go along the lay of the land, what will happen? It will cover the upstream sites. So that again becomes a major flooding issue. So if that also needs to be the cities need to have a very proper look at. So it is more like town planning, and that becomes a priority issue. The engineering becomes a secondary issue. Lastly, talking of the storm events. Earlier, we used to have a storm event of 6 months to 1 year or 2 years for priority areas. Now, under the recent CPHO manual, we have increased it to 5 years. So that should take care of most of our flooding arrangement, because the size of our drains will become much bigger. On the other hand side, we are also sensitive to the point that because of these extreme rainfall events which cannot be planned, so that natural design philosophy where you used to take data from the past 20 to 30 years and try to create this thing, that may sometimes fail. So this is a practical limitation which we have. One point which Shivani also mentioned was the priority to the stormwater sector, drainage sector. That is definitely, but it is across the world. That first you look after the water supply, then you look after the sewerage, and finally you come to the stormwater management. So now, under the last 2 missions of our government, when we have looked after through Amrut, we have looked into the water supply. Through Swachh Bharat mission, we are looking into the sewerage. And now and in the next phase, we'll definitely come to stormwater management. One issue which some people would be knowing, that under the current ongoing missions, 15th Finance Commission funds can be used to make the stormwater drainage systems for the top 7 cities of the country, because those are the mega cities of the country. So funds have been earmarked for these cities, but in the next course, definitely funds will be earmarked even for the next level. So this is my initial points. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipenderji, for inviting me. Thank you for presenting the great findings on the stormwater management. What I would like to do here now, I would like to narrate a couple of stories from my experience working with cities and ULBs. Story one, we were working with a informal community, I would say, in Delhi, and it's the entire community is really flood prone. So the solution that engineer found is basically raising the road so that the flood can be managed. What happened? You have raised the road, you have raised the stormwater drain, your building gone much below the road level, water is flowing there. The other challenge is that because you raise the road in one location, the flood water now moved to other location, and then they started complaining about it. So we call it a band-aid solution. So you just transfer the challenge from one location to another location, and then again you try to manage in that. So it's more of a reactive solution, not a proactive solution. That's story number one. Story number two, we are working in Punjab, Jalandhar, and there are also a lot of flood problem primarily around the stormwater management. When we started digging deep into what's the problem, and it's problem probably with all other smaller cities, towns, where you have the municipal commissioner, you have two engineers who are flooded with number of complaints, not just flood, and they are day in, day out busy with attending the complaints, and then they do not have the bandwidth to even think of what should be a drainage design. That comes really at the last of their priority. So I think there is the challenge of the governance model, whether our small cities and towns are properly staffed. Do they have the proper bandwidth? Even to think of some of this stormwater management issue. In the presentation, I think what we have discussed quite a lot around the SUDs and water sensitive stormwater management. But something we also need to think around the governance aspect, that how you create the capacity within the municipalities to tackle some of these challenges, or even think proactively than reactively. The second challenge was there that too much silt load and waste was coming into the stormwater system, and it's overwhelming the system, and it's leading to the flood events. Now, when we started looking at a little bit more interconnected issue, the city has not any waste management aspect, and water management and waste management are very closely connected. Until you solve the waste management, you cannot solve the stormwater management, or vice versa. So it's not just about the drainage design or the topography of the site. It's also connected to the waste management, how waste gets collected or not collected from a locality, and where it finally flows. It typically flows into stormwater, either the drainage system or in the water bodies. So that's story number two. Story number three is that our recent study showed that the built-up area between 2000 and 2015 in 10 largest cities in India has increased 35%. Okay, now what does that mean? If your built-up area is increasing, and very recent in the US, there has been a research study which talked about that every 1% increase in the concrete cover or built-up area, there is a flood magnitude increase of almost 3.5%. So if your cities or the built-up areas have increased by 35%, you can understand how much the flood magnitude could increase, and that's what we are seeing across all cities. Talk to any big cities like Delhi, Bangalore, Kolkata, everywhere. In Bangalore, we have seen that between the Belandur and Bhattur, whoever are here from Bangalore or know little about the Bangalore, between Belandur and Bhartur. These are the two big lakes. Okay, Belandur is upstream and the Bhartur is downstream, and there is a drainage channel, natural drainage channel, which connects these two lakes. If you look back 15 years back, it used to look like, not 15, 20 years back, it used to look like an wetland because of its natural. Within last 2 decades, it developed into tech parks, big multinationals coming. Most elite housing societies are located between these two lakes. What is happening, even after having this elite sort of class, every damn monsoon, these areas get flooded because you disrupted the natural drainage channel in between these two lakes. Okay, and it's again not only Bangalore. I should not only point out Bangalore. All cities, even most of our airports are typically built on the natural drainage channels because they need quite a flat land. They disrupt the entire natural drainage channel. Airport of Chennai, airport of Kolkata, airport of Mumbai, everything built on drainage channels, and they get floods, if not every year, but every second or third year. Now coming to some of the solution, or maybe we will discuss that after some time. Should I stop here, and solution probably we should discuss later, right? Yeah, then I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Samrat. I think I will get back to you on your blue-green solutions eventually, but so just very quickly, I think the points that we're discussing as we go along, I don't mean to take it lightly, Rohit ji, but yahan situation ye hai that government land such as the Nala gets encroached on by slums, etc. Whereas, for us to be able to propose that we take land from homes to create a stormwater passage, we're, I think, just such a obsessed with our land, our space. It's one of the things that my experience in Nizamuddin, when we implemented rainwater harvesting at the community level, the only reason why, and like Ashok ji said, the problem is pilot projects are very good, but getting them implemented on a larger scale becomes a bit of a problem because of this whole issue of my land, my space. But I'm sure, together over here, we're here to discuss solutions. So we'll talk about some of that. One of the things I wanted to suggest was on this mapping of, unplanned areas or unrecognized colonies is technology, I think, is available today. Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog has been working a lot on small startups and even student groups on trying to find technology solutions for this kind of mapping. I think if possible, if the, city organizations can earmark a zone, start this in phase 1, take it up to a certain level and continue each time with moving further in the phases and not regressing into remapping the areas which have been covered. It's easy to overlap it today with so-called the ideal or a proposed plan and find where the two match or overlap, like in some of the studies which are shown in the site plans of Sangam Vihar, etc. Existing infrastructure or spaces and where they should be going with the correct parameters so that we're not making knee-jerk ad hoc decisions like raising the road, etc. Find a solution. I think we have technology today to assist us with that and try to work at a decentralized level, because it is these areas, not only do they suffer with flooding or waterlogging, but the quantity of, like Samrat said, of waste that comes into the water system from unplanned areas is unimaginable. I mean, that photograph in the slide of the Taimurnagar Nala, you should see what the Nizamuddin Barapula Nala looks like. It's horrifying. And because of this, the next problem that comes is that your level, because of silting and garbage collection, of your main water channels has become so much higher than it used to. Your natural stormwater channels from your colonies, bastis, mohallas, etc., can't successfully exit into those because your invert levels are the opposite now. So I think that's one thing, is that if we can protect from silting, of course, is a different issue, but even from garbage and from other waste that's finding its way into our main channels of the city, Delhi is an example, into the nalas. That would help us to alleviate some of the problems that we're having with the flow of rainwater out of the city into the river. The third thing that I wanted to sort of play as of an idea or suggest was, I think as people, we're all very quick to catch on scores. You know, the AQI, which was unheard of 5-7 years ago, has become a common talking point with everyone. Everyone knows the difference between under 100 and touching 400. And the responses now are on that score. The moment it hits a certain degree, the graded response kicks in. Why can't we have a scorecard for water? For our water supply, you already have, whether it's TDS or BOD. For our wastewater, for our storm water, for our water bodies, for any other way of water that we had. I mean, our movies have star ratings. And we know all the parameters that are related to water. Is it possible to generate a scorecard which very clearly communicates to the Aam Janta, the people who need to wake up, right? You send a message saying there's going to be load shedding. Everyone knows what to do. You send a message saying, aaj 6 ghante pani band hoga, balti bhar lo. You know the follow-up action. If you talk about water in terms of scores, will we become more sensitive? That hitting summer, are we going to change the way we use water? Not because somebody is drummed into your, like Ashok ji said, kids are standing outside to say ki nal band karo, nal band karo. But because we hear a number, that automatically a reaction or an action in us starts. I'm sure there are people today who avoid going out when your AQI hits a certain level, may go back to using a mask. I mean, the city now forces you can't use your cars or whatever it is, but we've become used to acting on improving the situation. If we can generate a scorecard, I mean, there are sort of some work done by the National Institute of Hydrology also on, because this is not a new idea. Canada has a system of scorecards for water. So if we can, I mean, even your appliances have 3-star, 4-star, and you know that, okay, you're going to make a power saving on that, even by spending little more money. All our water products today, all our sanitary products are coming up with a star rating on how efficiently they use water. So I think if we put our minds together to generating something like that, I think it'll be an easy way for people to respond, because really at the end of it, it is the response of the people in being more diligent about rainwater harvesting, because that's what helps to decentralize and take the load off the central stormwater systems. Being more diligent in using less water, because then you're generating less sewage. Be more diligent, where it's possible to reuse your treated water. If these are the actions that we have to, at every single household level, at every single citizen's level, act on, what's going to make us actually take those actions besides incentives? Because we do have incentives for rainwater harvesting now. You have a discount on your water bill, you have a discount on your electricity bill. This is really the answer to, again, what Ashok ji said, mujhe kya milega? Because again, those are some of the issues. When we talked about rainwater harvesting in Nizamuddin East in 2000, it was a very, very nascent thing. A lot of the citizens asked us, yes, you're asking us for a donation towards the project, but mujhe kya milega? And I think we were lucky at that point that Delhi had been through 4 years of terrible drought. That at that time, even if you just told the residents, your grandson will still get water, your grandchild will still get water, it was enough for them to wake up and do something about it. But I think today the cities have changed so much. We need some sort of an alarm bell. And I was wondering if that could be some kind of a grading or a score, which would get us to act on that. I'm sure a lot of the other issues that we're talking about, a lot of the other solutions that we're all going to possibly discuss, we'll touch on some of the areas which, organizations such as Jal Shakti Abhiyan, Amrut, etc., are already doing. We just need to consolidate them. And I'm happy to know that there's going to be, a common platform for that, so that we don't all keep working in the same spaces, duplicating the work, but we actually build on what one has done and move into the other, because really these are solutions which we can only work on together. I think it's too large a problem for anyone to be an island and think we're going to find a solution for that. Thank you.
So thank you. And I think all our panelists have covered most of the issues which we are all aware about. And what I would also like to highlight, that was an interesting map that we saw, that the cities which have flooding problems, and if you overlay with the cities which will face drought problems, you will find that there would be mostly about 70 or 80% of match. And that's where the whole problem lies. Actually, we have started looking at stormwater as a problem and drought as a problem, while the opportunity is to look at it as an opportunity that the rainwater is what we are getting and stormwater is what we are getting will solve our problem for droughts. This problem cannot be solved by, I think, government itself. It has to be a collaborative approach, like what Vandana has clearly said, that what will it take for me to invest in it and what is it that we will get back. This is not something that we can do and put this problem in someone else's bag. And that's where the whole journey, when I would say about water starts, it starts from every house, it starts from every institute. We have stopped looking at the issue of where the water is flowing, how it is flowing. We are not tracing it. Where is it going? One of the main problems that our cities are facing, no matter how big drains you make, they don't connect very well. The other problem is the runoff has increased dramatically. There is no way that you are reducing your runoff. Still, you have a large green patches in your cities or could be created in our cities where this amount of water can actually get recharged. The image of Sangam Vihar looks like a concrete base. It's like a full base of concrete, about 2 square kilometers in area kind of thing. And just below it is a soil which can absorb everything in few minutes. That's where the opportunity is. So we have started planning our cities in a different manner. We are trying that water to go somewhere else and looking at it ki acha ye kahin aur chala jayega and then it will get solved instead of tapping into the opportunity. And that's where I feel the passive drainage systems really work very well. We are a price sensitive country. We do look at every penny spent. But if you start planning for passive systems, you will find they are much cheaper than your active systems. They are easy to maintain. We have done some of our projects which would be about 800-acre large campus or a school on a black cotton soil type space, where now the principal of the school teaches their children that this is a passive drainage system. It works very well. While the same neighbor has a flooding issue, these people don't have any kind of flooding issue. So the thing is that there is an opportunity to tap into. There are ways to solve these problems, and we need to start re-looking at all of these. And the major thing that we need to start looking at is the engineering aspect of it, because no matter how much planners and architects would start designing, it's the engineers who are actually on ground getting it done. They understand geology, they understand, I would say, water very well. It's the way that we have been taught to handle the water. The moment we start handling water in a different way, that it could actually be percolated in the same soil, it would stop these issues which we recently have started facing.
Yeah. I would suggest at this stage, we can have a Q&A and Samrat and others can respond on the solutions part while we have this kind of a question answer. So we will open it up and please keep your questions and comments brief. Otherwise, if you start taking 5 minutes to explain a point, then there's no discussion possible. So yes, let's start from, yes, please.
Your question, Rohit, just quick question. The way our stormwater is designed, it's on the side of the road. And in residential areas, 100% that's going to get encroached. The new drains, which are the trench type drains, jo pehle bhi hoti thi Delhi mein, not your underground drains, are so much easier to desal and therefore look after. Do you think in cities it's possible to design the drains to be in the center of the road? Yeah, like the way we do sometimes swales, yeah, jaise highways mein hoti hai, that you have the drain running in the center of the road rather than the sides, because the center is public land, 100% guarantee, it's not getting encroached.
Interesting, this thing for a low, traffic road. And this I have seen these kind of solutions, at least in as well also. They don't have exactly the center, but as the part of the road, the drain becomes a part of the road at the edge. So, but the road continues onto the drain, and when there is no water, you can use that entire surface, which otherwise would be considered as part of the drain for the that is for the road. So this is an interesting solution, definitely practically possible, but again depends on what happens when you have this water to the brim and then traffic also moving on to this, then what happens to this amount of water?
But sir, वो तो अभी भी होता है जब
नहीं,
side
अभी
में भी
होना नहीं
drain
चाहिए.
होती है,
मैं एक one data point when we were
actually just I mean since
Yeah,
we have
just
it,
before we start, there's a nice interesting data point which I was just trying to calculate. जब हम रेन वाटर की बात करते हैं दिल्ली जैसे एरिया में, when we say 600 mm of rainfall, ठीक है, I could be wrong, but I just did a analysis that this means in a year, if 600 mm falls in a year, and with the surface area of Delhi being 1500 square kilometers, 1 million billion liters of water falls over Delhi.
yeah.
1 million billion liters, as compared to the water supply with Delhi Jal Board would be giving to me. Even if I take it 150 liters per capita per day for the year, that becomes just 10 billion liters. The million billion liters of water versus 10 billion. मुझे साला 10 billion liter को निकालना मुश्किल हो गया है through my sewerage system, because that sewerage system is supposed to cater for the domestic water supply which is being given to me. So I can't even take out that 10 billion liters through a year with all that infrastructure which I have in place, and this is a million billion liters falling over this. So when I this question, and I'll also come to that point I was talking about, we have to get this water out.
Yeah.
We can also do the
Decentralized.
SUDS systems for part of it, but a million billion is a huge
It
problem.
is, yeah.
5-10 billion होता तो हम कहते हैं इधर थोड़ा सा लेक में डाल दो, इधर थोड़ा सा कर दो. So this is a very very critical problem, and why this question has been in my mind when around 20-25 years I was doing my master's at IIT. So उस समय one of my projects was about rainwater harvesting in a residential block. So why should not? Us समय rainwater harvesting was a new concept. So I did a calculation, and the kind of storage which was required for this rainwater harvesting was immensely impossible.
Not possible.
So only thing which was possible was that we create some infrastructure so that the water gets into the surface and gets lost from there. But a million billion liters of water falling every year, year after year after year, so itna jo hai is not possible, and that's why the entire nature has got the river systems. Otherwise kya hota, sab jagah nature would have said ki ground ke andar hi dal do. The rivers are the natural lay of the land. The water will get to the river will get into the ocean, and the ocean will bring the water back. So this concept jo hai has to be, part of it can be mitigated. Like you said, we have created this mess of concrete structures. So part of it we can do, thoda idhar dala kar sakte hain. But this million billion in Delhi is a very it's. Yeah. So मैं इसलिए कह रहा था that that's my CPHO में हम जब सोचते हैं इसके बारे में ये कहते हैं. So if we have this metro rails under Delhi, underground कर दिया, direction drilling कर दिया, ऊपर पता भी नहीं चल रहा. So why can't we create these underground channels which can store, like in China there's a place called Gansu. I don't know whether you've heard of that. So वहाँ पे they did this, but Gansu was a very water scarce area.
Chalo, let's take some questions.
Sorry.
Let's take questions. आप कह रहे थे ना?
Yeah. Correct. No, I was wondering if the new
इधर
model.
अच्छा
GMS रोड में तो आपने क्या किया ना साहब, कि आपने उधर ह्यूम पाइप डाल दिया क्योंकि उसको रोड को वाइड करना था. So I am from Dehradun only. So what happened was कि GMS रोड में पहले एक साइड में ओपन कैनाल जाता था और आपने उसके ऊपर रोड बनाना था, तो आपने क्या किया, उसको ह्यूम पाइप कर दिया और ऊपर से रोड वाइडन कर दिया. That has become GMS road. But what she is saying कि can on the surface of it, that's what you the surface of the road can be brought. हम अभी क्या करते हैं, कैम्बर ऐसे देते हैं. She wants कैम्बर ऐसा हो जाए, पानी बीच में फ्लो करता रहे, at a certain point it is taken off the road.
And even if we cover it, sir, even if it is a drain or a trench cover drain, but would it stop this encroachment? Because it's mindless, the encroachment, especially in colonies. किसी का ड्राइवे नहीं है जो नाली के ऊपर से नहीं जा रहा है. We talk about drains not being connected. Even from 30 feet apart, those drains are not connected because somebody is encroached.
Well, let's take some questions.
This is a question that this becomes interesting because these are actual practical solutions. You will also have, but just imagine this solution. Now imagine this situation कि हम जैसे कह रहे हैं कि रोड के नीचे हम एक ड्रेन डाल देते हैं. So my point is that that surface का लोड कितना आने वाला है, उसके लिए जब हम ड्रेन के डिजाइन करेंगे, the cost of making this drain in the this thing.
It is, sir, but what I'm trying to suggest is that in any case we have verges. We have the central divide in most roads. That is to be green. That's totally owned by the government.
वहाँ कर सकते हैं, but not where the pavement जिसके
Yeah,
ऊपर
so
traffic
we
है.
just have the bell chambers at the central point and take
That's what I said कि यहाँ पे traffic नहीं आ रहा है, वहाँ तो हम सोच सकते हैं इस तरह का काम. लेकिन this will be only for those मेगा रोड्स जहाँ पे इस तरह का
And
डिवाइडर
that is a new problem, sir, because in the city of Delhi now suddenly we have highways and expresses going through the city. You know, where there used to be colony roads and residential areas. So look
but
at
this
the
is interesting.
computerization that we're
We will
suddenly
we'll
looking at.
definitely have a look at
And
how much
so
is this.
many of them are roads with
Chalo, let us have
underpasses.
more
So that's the Minto Road waiting to happen.
solutions batana, solutions. Like this was one solution. Let's have some solutions so that we can practically try to put it on to.
आप बताइए.
Yeah, my name is Sameer Nigam and I'm from RMSI, a water management consulting firm. I think the mindset has to be changed, right? What Vandana ji said, right? Because water resources is not what we have inherited from our parents, but what is we have borrowed from our children, right? So that mindset has to be inculcated into the society, and it should be made part of the curriculum, right? When the people when we are not grown up, right? Just like NDMA, right? National Disaster Management Agency, they teach children what should you do when there is an earthquake, right? And we recently had an incident when a house collapsed and a small girl survived because she hid inside the double bed, right? And the parents died. So I think that in the curriculum, the water resources management should be taught from the beginning itself. So when these children grow up, they know the
So that
every
is
drop
fine.
counts,
That
yeah.
we all know. Let's
Yeah.
come to the specific point of stormwater management. Otherwise, हाँ, आप कह रहे थे?
So myself, Professor Shelja, I am from DCR University, Muttal. I am from academics. But two observations I had. Like one, the thing should not be free. If you make anything free, you loses the value. So water, like it's such a precious thing. If you make it free for the people, so they loses the value. This is one thing. Then another is we are making rainwater harvesting compulsory in Hudda and DDI. I think in authorities, we make it compulsory. You make the rainwater harvesting, then only your plans would be sanctioned. But ultimately, we see on the ground, the structures are made, but they never do. So enforcement and I think implementation, that is the area which we really need to.
Let's take some more points and then panelists can respond. Yeah.
पैनलिस्ट ने यहाँ पे काफी सारे पॉइंट्स उठाए हैं जो यहाँ एक्सपर्ट्स को तो सबको पता है, लेकिन भारत का जो विकास हो रहा है वो अलग अलग जगह पे अलग अलग है. ज्यादातर पैनलिस्ट ने दिल्ली में रहते हैं तो शायद दिल्ली की बात की. कोई गांव छोटा है, कोई बड़ा है. आपने बहुत सारे रेड अलार्म्स बताए हैं कि ऐसा हो रहा है, वैसा हो रहा है. हम छोटी मोटी बात करें कि मेरे गांव में क्या हो रहा है मुझे कैसे पता चलेगा? क्या ऐसा कोई मैकेनिज्म है जिनका वंदना जी ने बात की कि एक मीटर हो सकता है जो बता सके कि जो 1 लाख की पॉपुलेशन वाला विलेज है उसने क्या समझ लेना चाहिए, वहां के लोगों ने क्या समझ लेना चाहिए कि अब हमारे शहर में फ्लडिंग शुरू हो जाएगी, अब हमारे शहर में कूड़े के पहाड़ दिखने शुरू हो जाएंगे. ऐसा कोई सिस्टम, मेरा सवाल ये है कि क्या ऐसा कोई सिस्टम अगर जैसे वंदना जी ने कहा वैसा नहीं है तो किसी और दूसरे तरीके से एग्जिस्ट करता है?
Early warning, yeah.
Yeah. You want to answer that first? Sir?
This has to answer.
नहीं, पहले सवाल ले
No,
लेते
we
हैं.
can take a couple of
नहीं,
questions together.
Time नहीं है, अगला सेशन
Yeah.
भी available.
So, like I think most people acknowledged, and including in your presentation, that the whole stormwater as a subject has been a very low priority in many, and even institutionally it gets very low priority. And I'm glad to hear that in future, Amrit, Swachh Bharat and other things you're saying, next we are going to focus on stormwater. So a small suggestion based on that what I find missing in most towns and cities is some kind of a stormwater management master plan for the city, including a simple mapping of the existing systems, assets, drainage network, water bodies, and so on. So as a preparation for the next phase of thing, it'll be nice if we can utilize the next 2 years to get cities to, as part of this mission, to at least prepare stormwater management master plans guided by. Now, CPHO has something on stormwater network design, but there's nothing about how do you prepare a new age master plan in today's using maybe the SUDS framework and so on.
Sure.
If you can give a guidance note from CPHO on what cities need to prepare, and then get them to say in the next 1 or 2 years, if you prepare master plans, we can consider them for funding in the next tranche of funding. That'll be very useful is what I feel. Otherwise, a lot of time is lost when missions are launched in just preparing the plans. So it'd be good to do it in advance. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, my question is to Vandana and Mayank. I am a landscape architect, Ankit Garg. So I generally doing the landscape projects. So where they are facing the problem is that, in the last 5 to 10 years, we do projects for the JP cities. So where there is the artificial lake was there. Okay, so what we do, we paste the milky creamy layer on that particular surface, which is EPDM. Okay, and by this, the percolation is not done. So, there is the hurdles or the flood is come. See, if I talk to the small lake, this is the smallest problem. If I talk to the big lakes, where there is the huge lakes, so that, the flood is come. Obviously, if we put the EPDM layer, so can you highlight or showcase something which is our method? So we have to avoid this, I think this is the major problem for the landscapers, or, or the artificial or the natural lakes. That's why it's flooded. So this is my question too. Thanks.
There is one gentleman waiting.
Myself Arvind from Patna. मैम बेसिकली 2019 के अर्बन फ्लडिंग पटना में के बाद हम लोगों ने जीआईएस मैपिंग की थी जितने भी हमारे मेन हॉल्स थे उनकी, लेकिन काफी दिनों से पटना में अंडरग्राउंड ट्रेन्स हैं और डिफरेंट एजेंसीज ने अंडरग्राउंड ट्रेन्स बनाए हैं, उनका कोई अभी हमारे पास मैपिंग है नहीं। तो जो डायरेक्शन है, जो नेचुरल ग्रेडियंट के हिसाब से डायरेक्शन है वाटर फ्लो का, वो हम डिजिटलाइज नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो उसका क्या हो सकता है, कोई टेक्निक हो सकती है कि हम अंडरग्राउंड जो फ्लो है उसको डिजिटलाइज कर पाए?
I think we should conclude with a round of quick responses, please, from the panelists, because we next up till last up.
Myself, Ajay Kumar from Uttarakhand Jalsastan, Haridwar. And I have a question regarding rainwater harvesting system. Honorable NGT recently issued order regarding rainwater harvesting system in Delhi. They said that 70% of rainwater harvesting system in Delhi are contaminating the groundwater. And direction issued to Chief Secretary of Delhi as well as other state to submit compliance report within 3 months. So I want to comment on it.
That's a good point.
So we will just have a quick response. Abhi time nahi hai aur, because next session will be delayed. So from the panelists, if you can just give a 1 minute kind of a response, not very long, because next session sir hame start karna hai.
Yeah, so I will quickly take 2 or 3 points. The lake lining issue that was discussed. So we did a project in Ankaleshwar where it was a black cotton soil area. The water just stays over there, it just can't percolate. So we detailed it in such a way that the passive drainage system was inside a perforated pipe. So there was a perforated pipe which ran around a gravel with a geotextile all around it. Being a school, we couldn't have allowed any open drains or lake where kids can actually fall or mosquitoes can become an issue. And we realized that about 4 meters below that was a murum layer where this water can actually go very easily. And that's what we did. We did not puncture it till the aquifer, which answers the next question, that it starts contamination of your aquifer level. You should never have a borewell detail where, and that's what has changed now. So the Delhi Jal Board has also changed its detail that your borewell is not going till the aquifer level. You actually have to leave the water at wherever it can percolate and let the water naturally reach that aquifer. That's where the pollution starts. And I feel that these systems is what we need to adopt even in landscape and other areas. And lake is one of the ways to have water staying there for a longer period to recharge the whole ground. There was a tradition in early years when I would say in villages where desilting was one of the part of most of the villages. Desilting was done, potters used to use that silt, make that thing. That's a process, that was a cultural thing. And that's what we need to start looking at.
Just to add to that, one of the things that urban planners tend to do, maybe even landscape architects, is make very basic kidney shaped lakes. You need to increase your periphery. You need to have many more fingerlings so that your edge periphery area goes up much higher. my suggestion would be that you line it only to a certain level where you want water all year round. The above flood level, if you want to call it the flood level, so between say 3 feet below the edge of your lakes and the upper 3 feet should remain unlined. So when during heavy rains, excess water comes in, you allow that to percolate through this unlined area. And you still through your non-monsoon areas have a minimum area, which is your permanent water. And this additional 3 feet area, which I'm saying, which is pervious, can be landscaped with plants, such as reeds, etc., which are okay with their, and even be in fact root zone treatment. So that's possible. This Delhi Jal Board ka jo one size fits all rainwater harvesting ka, usko humne bahut protest kiya hai. Not only things which they acknowledge, which is to say certain parts of Delhi already have a very high water table. You don't need water harvesting there. But also certain areas which are closer to the nalas, which are 100% going to lead to contamination if you force them to do rainwater harvesting, must be put into an exempt zone. The other thing is that, we have been following, and like I said, since 2000, only the CSE model of rainwater harvesting, which we find works perfectly. We've not followed the Central Groundwater Board design, because you have to stop your bore well short, at least 10 meters where the water table allows you, and not puncture the aquifer, because the natural filtration that happens through that 30 feet of soil is very, very critical to protecting the quality of the substrata water of the aquifer. और ये जो आप कह रहे थे about early warning, or to be prepared and to talk about a town village which is going to become a town tomorrow, I think the reality is, and I mean I may be wrong, but there are a lot of specialists here, we have not really even understood what climate change is doing just now to us. I think just in the last 5 years we've begun to talk about extreme climate days. 600 mm की सर बात कर रहे थे बारिश दिल्ली में, वो अब दिल्ली में 5 दिन में हो रही है, 2 महीने भी नहीं हो रही है. That many billion tons of water is falling in the city in just 5 days. So what's going to happen to our water and our rainfall patterns? 40 degrees in March 2020. Nobody had even thought that March can hit 40 degrees, that we can hit in May and June 49 point whatever degrees we hit. So I think we need to have a slight knee jerk just now to say, okay, this is what we've already fallen into, swim. Then next time if I fall, what am I going to do? So I think just now we have to just put our data together, like I keep saying, multi-source. There's so many different organizations doing the same research, same data collection. We need to all put it together on one platform, understand what are we dealing with. What are we dealing with? Temperature, water, garbage, storm water, air quality, all of that. And then develop an early warning system, which I feel the simplest is some kind of scorecard. We just wake up so early to it. Ki, this is a 5-star hotel, this is XYZ AQI, this is a 3-star fridge or AC that you're buying. So maybe something like that.
Cities ke liye to we have done this garbage GFC protocol, which basically covers all the issues jo aapko hai rahe hain ki usme not only dealing with the garbage but also with the quality of water and the water bodies. तो ऐसा एक प्रोटोकॉल है cities का, and every city उसमें भी like she said कि हमने उसमें ऐसे ही किया है 1 star to 5 star. तो अब cities उसके लिए compete कर रही हैं, 7 star भी है उसके अंदर.
Under Swachh Bharat, right?
हाँ, so it was under Swachh Bharat. Annually cities को हम offer देते हैं, they come and then a third party goes and then certifies them तो ऐसा system तो बनाया है, and whether it can be taken into villages तो वो देखना है. One point which I just want to say is that initial जब first हमारा keynote address था, this point about decentralization और ये सब चीज जो है इसको बहुत ध्यान से देखने का जरूरत है, which बाद में रंजन साहब ने ठीक भी किया. Right sizing is the word, not the decentralized or centralized word. तो कोई भी system होगा उसका right sizing जो होगा, that has to be found by the local engineer and the local administrator on the ground. So we can't sit out here and tell कि आप इस साइज का बना लो, हर 3 घर के बीच में RWA रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग कर लो, कहीं पे आपको बड़ा बनाना पड़ेगा, कहीं पे सेंट्रल फैसिलिटीज देनी पड़ेगी, कहीं पे इमीडिएटली लोकलाइज करना पड़ेगा. But this all has to be designed and options will be given in our manuals. But how actually it gets implemented, that is for the city administrators to have a very clear look. वहाँ पे ये नहीं कह सकता कि ऊपर से ऐसा हमें बताया तो हमने ऐसे ही करा है, तो ये बहुत जरूरी.
सम्राट.
Yeah, so just very quickly, 2, 3 things I would like to discuss over here. While there are set norms, guidelines around stormwater drains, one thing a lot of time we miss is that we have something called a natural infrastructure. Natural infrastructure means our existing soil, vegetation, wetland, flood buffers, and everything. Uh, a lot of time we just ignore. If we have a natural drainage channel, we bound it with concrete covers, we make it small, V-shape, and then we expect that it can drain all your rainwater or the storm water. That never happens. We build culvert on top of that, we further narrow it down. So we need to understand the natural infrastructure that nature has given us to manage water, and how we have destroyed that, and how we can sort of restore that system. There are certain set principles. We always call it DRR. So detention at the upstream, retention at the midstream, and then recharge. Okay, it's not the disaster risk resilience. So detention, retention, and recharge. These are set hydrologic principles. Detention is you increase your green cover at the upstream level so that your water flow slows down. Retention is you create check dams at the midstream level, so you further can store water. And then when you come down at the most downstream, you try to think about the recharge or reuse of that water. Of course, this is not a silver bullet. It will not solve your 1 billion million waterfall, but you can at least store some, or part of the problem can get solved. The other 2 things, one is the governance aspect, capacity, and their understanding of stormwater management need to be evolving, and the role of the community. I mean, without community, water is a community problem. It's a local problem. It has to be locally led. I mean, one fine morning, one engineer can come and solve everything. No, that's our very engineering mindset. I'm sorry, but that's our engineering mindset. It has to community come into the picture. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, all the panelists. Since we have the next session, so I'm sorry we can't, get into a more detailed discussion. But some of these points, lakes, will be now featuring into the next session about the issues. And from CSC, I would like to thank all the panelists and also give them one of our State of India's Environment report as a gift. So that the lunch is not delayed, let's quickly get on with the next session. And I would request एक बार फोटो ले लीजिए। नहीं आप भी आइए शिवानी। चलो थैंक यू शिवानी। So the next session is urban lakes and water bodies. And I would request Sri Jayachandran, Ganapati, Ritesh, he is not here, I think. Anil Bhartiji, Venkatesh Datta, and Nidhi to please. I think we'll have the presentation, then you can see, and then after the presentation, you can come up and have a panel discussion. So without further delay, let's start. And I would again request Shivani to present the lakes and water bodies study which CSC has done as a practitioner's guide under the NMCG program.
Hello again. I'm seeing like everyone is getting a little restless now. So I would request everyone to be seated and let's continue our discussion. The last session was a very productive discussion happened around, and I also got to know a lot in between. Oh, I missed to say this, and this has to be done, and like a lot of things that can be incorporated further in the research and the study. So for the next theme, the next session we have with us like urban lakes and water bodies management. Okay. So this would be like this is gauging a lot of attention these days, a lot of programs, especially in government official policies and programs. This has been included, and a lot of people are working on it at all scales, actually, with government, without government. They are entrepreneurs. They are like a lot of things are happening in this area when we look upon when we talk about urban lakes and water bodies management. So unlike stormwater management, this subject has a lot of attention, but maybe somewhere like how exactly they are doing it is the question, and like that has to be looked into. So in this, this would be the structure of my presentation. I'll be discussing the research, aim, objectives, structures, and methodology. What are the issues, challenges, and opportunities? We all are very well aware of it, so I'll skim through it. And the next is the model framework for urban lake management plan, CSC's approach. The model framework that we have prepared, it could be seen very generic because those are the things that should happen, but nobody tells us how and what are the several steps that would include further. And then we have also prepared a menu of strategies, looking at like each lake, each water body is unique in its own. So with that, we cannot make a like we can provide a template of solution which will fit all the water bodies. So here what we are doing is we are providing you a menu of strategies and a model framework that gives you the steps, how to do it, and when, which will help you to identify for your particular lake and how to contextualize it with your stakeholders and everything. And from these menu of strategies that are watershed focused strategies, shoreline stabilization strategies, management strategies, and in-lake focus strategies. So all the projects that majorly people are doing would only look into one of these aspects. A lot of work that we see is like technology based in-lake focus strategies. जो lake पे हमें जितना दिखता है उतने काम करके we just move ahead, thinking that the lake will survive. But a combination of those, of all these focus areas and strategies should be done for each lake to make a holistic and comprehensive plan. So that's what the urban lake management plan is about. And also we have documented some best management practices in India also. And there's a lot of case examples from global. These are some facts about like how we are losing urban water bodies. I'll not get into the number, but we know with urbanization and everything, there's a big, huge numbers of loss in terms of urban water bodies. And there's a question, where did all of it go? So this was the study, the part of the like why urban India floods by CSC itself, which mapped all these states and the loss of water bodies into them. And like how, so this is the map in that we can see overall over throughout the India, in each state, there's a big number of loss of water bodies. With significance, we all know what all water bodies provides us: ecological, environmental benefits. They are a flood mitigator. They help in groundwater recharge. They enhance the urban water cycle. So they are a very big part of the environment systems and the water cycle that we have. Social, cultural benefits. We all would have some story from our childhood or from something that where we relate to a water body or like something like that. So it has a lot of social and cultural benefits, economical benefits, a lot of communities, like how Samrat sir was talking about communities in relation with water. So with lakes and water bodies, there's a very strong connection of community with them, and they depend on the economic benefits that a lake or a water body provides. Ecosystem services and infrastructure, like for water supply, historically, urban lakes, basically lakes have been intricate part of the how the cities were grew. The settlement were based on those things. So these are some examples of all these different benefits from India. So when we talk about the significance of an urban lake in a city, so this is the illustration I made around 3 years ago when I joined CSE. So like in a system, how all these systems and a lake should be. And this is an exaggerated version, I would say, but I tried to compile all the issues that currently the same lake faces in a city regularly. Like encroachment, due to which concretization, a lot of area of the, even if the water body we are rejuvenating, the area has been, it gets shrinked by a major amount by concretization, making it just like, for just like what we call it, the cosmetic beautification that we do. And when we even talk about linking people to it, it's just in the form of recreation other than anything. So the research aim and objectives of the research, the study that we have been doing for last around 3 years is like to prepare a document which is comprehensive and holistic, because it's not a one-time job. Also, it's a fluid process, like taking care of a lake. It's a continuous process. So it needs like short, medium, and long-term sustainable solutions. And how do we build on that? And it requires not just structural innovations in terms of technology and on-ground solutions, but all the non-structural innovations as well. Like how do we engage with community, how do we relate it with the government programs, because there are many. And so the objectives are, so we can analyze the existing issues and importance of urban lakes in India, to provide various approaches focusing on the catchment watershed analysis and water quality enhancement, because the integrity of the lake depends on its catchment. So it's very important, and there are hardly any practices or the guidelines which looks into ki catchment mein kaise dekhna hai, usko kaise uspe kaise kaam karna hai. So to provide also keeping in mind that when we are doing these projects, we take care of and we address the urban livelihoods, equity, and social justice, all the communities that depend on it, and the stakeholders are involved. And to highlight the need for preparing short, medium, and long-term strategies. And we have also tried to showcase case studies elaborating urban management plans. These are not the best case studies or the perfect ones who have done it 100% and and they were not even came as plans, but the DPRs and the projects, they did include some aspects of urban lake management plan. It was a long process, and so the timeline and everything that has been documented. So the need, as I said, like all the programs that we have, they look into urban lakes and water bodies as a piecemeal approach with short-term measures like cosmetic beautification, enhancing recreational activities, addressing immediate solid waste dumping into water body, surface cleaning, using storing treated wastewater to revive lakes. There's no problem in all these solutions, but they have been doing in a unimodal way, and looked upon, the lakes are looked upon in a very narrow way ki ek hi kaam se ho jayega. And under these projects, the catchment of the water body is often ignored. So with this, we have tried to locate where exactly the problem is throughout the catchment, so that we can solve it there, then and there. And since it isn't, so that's why we try to build on this. So the methodology was like we did the secondary research. We also take like because we keep on doing our capacity building initiative includes the urban water body management as a very important theme. So a lot of resource person who are present here, they came to us. So we have taken interviews and previous research and all those. Then understanding also like the plans from all over the world. Indian policies and laws has been reviewed, and stakeholder and data sources has been covered, and then strategies and BMPs. So objective, the overall structure of the document is like, first we have tried to establish the significance of urban lakes, the need, the scope, and then try to understand the urban lakes in terms of scientific terms, like what are urban lakes, what are their relationship with watershed, with groundwater, with stormwater and wastewater, and what are the several policies and programs for urban lakes management. Around 50 policies and programs from we have documented and reviewed, tried to review, like which included certain parts of boards, like policies, programs, and projects. Governance, what how currently the governance sector like is looking at it, and then stakeholder and their linkages, importance of local communities. Then we have proposed the model framework, which includes 4 steps that I'll be detailing out. Then take actions. The next step, which is the where we propose the menu for strategies, which includes watershed focus strategy, shoreline management strategies, which is also very important. Those are the non-structural innovations that are important. So that also has been there. And then the in-lake focus strategies. Yes, the technology and the in-lake has been given a little less attention because we wanted to focus on the broader picture and the bigger picture of the lakes. And then evaluation and monitoring. These are the basic steps, which is important for all the things that we are trying to do, but like how it is specific to lakes is what the document about. And then case studies. So these are like around 48 to 50 plans, policies, programs, and projects that we have reviewed and looked upon. So out of these 48, around 10% only included a comprehensive way of managing the lake and has described. So these are some in the management, what are the issues, like the insensitivity of master plan towards water bodies and flood zone area, not showing a lot of attention over the time has been given to it. Now it is being included. They are really recorded under municipal land laws, lack of attention towards conserving and regulating floodplains. And there's no legal protection for city lakes, catchment, and drainage systems. Inventory of water bodies, yes, few cities have started working on it, but still, if we look into majority of the cities, we don't have the data, how much we have lost, lakes we have lost. Stakeholders, technical, so they are like, we have so many departments looking into these different, looking into water bodies, and their unclear roles and responsibilities among them is something that we face even when we go to collect data. They are like, ye yahan nahi hai, wahan hoga. So there is a lot of overlaps or gaps is also happening in the stakeholder conflicts. Lack of awareness, poor community participation, because now how earlier there was sense of association and ownership that we have lost over the period of time. So there is lack of awareness, the care for that has increased. And science of water bodies, like we are doing these solutions, but we don't try to understand the science, the lake dynamics, its relationship with the catchment, shoreline, buffer area, lake ecology, and all the processes, how it is happening, like whether it is groundwater fed or like it is fed by another stream, or like, so what is the process that is happening, which is very important. Because when we are trying to include several solutions to it, collecting, recharging, but if the lake's bed is not permeable, then it will not happen, like the recharge is not happening. So all these function of lakes, the scientific functions of lake, it's very important to understand, which has lacked. And there are so yeah, and there are the solutions that we are looking into currently. What is happening is majorly the lakefront development and like tourism and all focus. So ecology and biodiversity is always lost in there. So there is also a lack of clarity in understanding what are urban lakes. So according to NLCP, when they came up with a definition, they depended on, like they said it should have minimum depth of 3 meters and should cover a water spread of more than 10 hectares. This is a very rigid and limited definition for a lake, like in falling in the urban area. And then we try to look into worldwide how many people have given different definitions for lake and how do we even define urban lakes. So and this is urban lakes typically I'm talking about, and there are a lot of differences in between a lake in an urban area versus in a rural or a natural forested catchment. So that system is very dynamic. So it's important to define urban lakes. So the case one is when the lake is in the center of the city, which is surrounded by urbanization, and it is based in the simple. If the lake is in the urban administrative boundary, then we can call it a urban lake. The second is like there are lakes which are not in the administrative boundary of the city, but they have impacts from the urban areas around them. So for example, map of Deepor Bill in Guwahati is in the boundaries of the administrative boundary, but it has major impacts from all of its surroundings. So these are two cases that we have taken and tried to define urban lakes. And with the model framework, it's a very simple 4-step plan. Half of this is plan and then implementation and their relation with it. So it has been prepared thinking that each lake is and its catchment is unique. So this is the method, but like it will help you to contextualize it for your lake. So at the same time, as I mentioned before, it's a fluid process together. This cycle is not a one-time thing. You'll have to come back and do it all over again, and you have to modify your plans and like this. So that's why it's important to make short and medium and long-term plans in advance before you go ahead and directly implement. So these are the hierarchy of steps for each of those 4 different steps. Like for stakeholder analysis, we understand how people and water, the relationship is so strong and so important. So that's why we have kept the stakeholder analysis at the first. First, collect people who would want to work there. So there, under that, there are several steps: identification, prioritization, and involving. That has different methodologies and to help the practitioners have been given. Gather information. When we have a group, then we can gather, we can know about our lake. So understand our lake. So there we have several categories, what information, and a status report that has to be prepared. Now that we know what is happening into our lake, that will help us to identify the concerns exactly where it is happening, like at all scales, even in the lake. And then based on those issues, we will prioritize what would be the vision, goal, and objectives of the lakes. And accordingly, short, medium, and long-term actions will be made. Then take action. There is the menu for strategies that has been given. And then you have to, based on your issues, then you choose and pick like what you want to solve and like what is the priority for your lake. And you'll see the plan and implement, it's not isolated. They have interrelationship. The planning process have a direct connect with when it is being implemented, how it does it help. So stakeholders, we have given different methods to different methodologies, which can help you layouts and tables, which you can fill and help you to identify, prioritize, and involve stakeholders. Then gather information. We have provided all the information for each of these categories, what can be collected, what are the possible sources that has been given in the guide, and all those physical features, hydrological values, ecological features. It is all important to map and know. And then it will help us to prepare a status report. And then eventually identification of issues, location of those problems and their root causes. Like sometimes we just end up solving the symptoms of the issue. And then we can analyze that, and accordingly we can develop our vision, goal, and objectives. So another different methodologies, how to understand how a vision works and a goal, and how short, long, and medium-term strategies will work into that. A proper manual has been given, and a different methodology has been proposed. then take actions. Then there are different kind of actions tailored for your particular lake management plan. So management oriented action plans, revenue generated action plans, protection oriented action plans. So this analysis that you have done by gathering information will help you to choose what kind of action plan do you need. It could be a combination of 2, 3, or like one. That depends on the context of your lake. Then this is the menu of strategies, which works at different scale. In lake, that is the lake, the shoreline focus strategies, and the watershed catchment focus strategies. So for the watershed catchment focus strategies, we have divided into further into source protection, other management strategies. With the source protection issues like stormwater control strategies, like when we are connecting lake with all the type of water like stormwater, groundwater, and wastewater. So all these different strategies are there. And mostly in the lake rejuvenation process, maybe only one solution can help you build it, but the combination and like what all you need, you can pick from these many of our strategies. Like stormwater and then wastewater, there are different strategies. Management strategies has included public education, stakeholder involvement, incentives, and all those different regulations and enforcement, revenue generation opportunities. Shoreline focused strategies, what not to do has been highlighted there, so that we know ki it is a very important part of the lake. It's the connect between the water and the land. So that is very important. So all of these strategies, these are around 40 interventions. Like in lake also, they are for to treat biological measures, physical measures, different biomanipulation, all the interventions that we could review. So they have been documented with their advantages, limitations, a brief understanding, and a case example where it had been done all over the world to explain ki what was the result and what it lacked. So only one solution maybe cannot help. You need to pick and choose and combine together. So watershed focus strategies, again, these are the strategies that has been detailed out, like source protection, stormwater and wastewater. Other management strategies we have included that I'll show. So shoreline stabilization strategies is like methods not to be preferred, not concretize your shoreline. Keeps the connect between the ecology and all those. We should move beyond cosmetic beautification. And what are the several things that can be done, like introduction of non-native plants, heavy concretization, jogging tracks, and fancy infrastructure. So these should be avoided. The natural linkage between the water body, and because the ecology is very important part of it, that should remain, and it should not degrade your lake further. Management strategies, we have included land use planning of water bodies in master plan, inclusion of those into the master plan at first, and conservation easements. Proposed institutional setup has been defined. We have taken examples from Bangalore. Bangalore is a hub of lakes, and like we have learned so much from their interventions and everything. A SWOT analysis of Bangalore case has also been included here. Regulations and enforcement, like how that these management, like how you can regulate certain areas. We want people to connect with the lake, but like there could be some regulations, and how do you enforce it? So for all that also, whatever proposals that has been given, proposed in India or has been implemented, some examples have been given. And then revenue generation opportunities, there are so much livelihood that is connected with lakes. So how can you enhance it, rather than, dislocate those people with their water body? So in lake focus strategies, we have kept in large, which include the major solution that we see around, like biological measures include biomanipulation, bioremediation. So all of these are again documented, but documented with advantages, disadvantages, the limitations, basic understanding of the technology, and with a case example where it has been proposed. And but we, as the idea of this guide is the comprehensive and holistic planning. So with in-lake focused strategies, we are trying to say it may be short term, and it is for there to solve the symptom, like manage eutrophication, restore lake depth, and increase the area and also, but temporary, but like it may not work for the longer term ecological sensitivity of the so With this, we are trying to say like only the combination of and the long-term sustainability and holistic plan would include combination of watershed focused, shoreline, in-lake focused and management strategies. That has to be done for any lake to be, and with short, medium and long-term plans. And again, so as it is a fluid process, evaluation and monitoring effectiveness of the implemented actions is very important. So some strategies and some methodologies has been provided. We have covered these best management practices as the full case examples from India, like Bhopal, Hyderabad, Dal Lake, and Pichola and Fateh Sagar lakes. These are not the perfect case examples, but then again, they have certain touched and included certain aspects of lake management plan. The work has been a chronology of events, and like again, with all these scales, they have made some implementation that has been documented as part of the research. And then again, we have to, when we are evaluating at the end, we have to reassess and modify, keep update, because there are a lot of changes happening in the lakes over the period of time. So it is important that you go back. It's not a one-time thing. So that is the whole model framework. So with summarizing, I think it was a very quick presentation, but we should focus on the holistic and comprehensive planning, strengthen resilience against climate change, because they are one of the biggest resources related to water that we have. And the approach to it should start with analyzing the catchment, the linkages of water with stormwater, groundwater, and wastewater to understand, because it's a dynamic thing. Water and waste, as this was discussed in the previous session, is go hand in hand. So it's important to analyze that first with buffer area management, water quality enhancement. We should really move beyond the piecemeal approach and cosmetic beautification. To keep in mind the ecological sensitivity of the water body, extensive stakeholder review and active community participation are very important for a sustainable lake implementation. Land use planning, including them in the master plan, making the inventories of the city, because sometimes in most of the cities, these lakes are interconnected and are channelized. So they have relation with one another. So it's important to do that. Drop the one side, so context-based, how all this, using all the steps, how you can contextualize the solutions. And the long-term is again, the prioritization of combination of all those three scale different strategies. So thank you. Now I would like to invite all the panelists for the session. Nidhi ma'am, Ganpati sir, and Venkatesh sir.
Thanks, Shivani. See, there's so much in this that initially, when I was also going through the lakes and water bodies, it looked like more of a kind of a primer for what is to be done. And, you know, all that can be done. And Shivani has tried to capture all aspects of lake rejuvenation, lake management, whatever we call it. But what is happening on the ground, even if it is big lakes like the Rajasthan lakes or Hussain Sagar Lake, or, you know, so I think Ganpati has a good experience, especially he comes from Bangalore, which is a city of lakes. And so I think if there are these 2-3 questions which were posed to the panelists, one was related to the restoration rejuvenation work currently going on, which, so what is going on यूपी में भी जैसे काफी जगह लेक रिजुविनेशन का हो रहा है, अमृत में भी काफी पैसा दिया जा रहा है लेक रिजुविनेशन के लिए. So उसमें क्या issues आ रहे हैं, and उसके लिए I think Venkatesh is here from Lucknow and he teaches, so he would, and he has done good research on river rejuvenation part, and he can perhaps share something on the lake rejuvenation, and both Ganpati can share on that part of what are some of these approaches. And also जैसे Delhi में हो रहा है इस समय treated wastewater is being used for lake rejuvenation. So इसके क्या challenges हैं, क्या potential है. Previous session में storm water पे भी यही issue लिया गया था कि storm water, rain water तो बहुत है, then how do you try to conserve it? So, and how can they help in mitigation? तो इसका कितना potential है, कितना actual है? अब जिस तरह से we have expanding cities, so इसमें expect करना कि lakes will be an answer to both groundwater recharge as well as urban flooding. That also doesn't, it has its limitations. So these aspects, if Nidhi is from NMCG herself and she is overseeing a lot of the lake rejuvenation work, and CSC को भी एक दो तीन lakes के लिए review करने के लिए बोला गया था. So I would like to start, Nidhi, आपसे start करें. If you can share what is happening on lake rejuvenation and what are some of the priorities which NMCG is also looking at, and what do you think we should also look at? Then we can go to Ganpati and then Venkatesh after that.
See, sir, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Is Hindi okay with everybody? I will be more comfortable with Hindi. थोड़ा सा ज्यादा अपनापन सा आ जाता है. मैं बात करूंगी लेक रेजुविनेशन. जैसा कि CSC ने अभी अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन में कहा कि वी लुक लेक रेजुविनेशन इन अ पीसफुल मैनर. सो दिस इज नॉट द केस. ऐसा नहीं है. हम लोगों के लिए प्रायोरिटी नमामि गंगे से होने की वजह से हमारी प्रायोरिटी इनिशियली क्लीन गंगा ज्यादा रही है, क्योंकि सबसे पहली प्रॉब्लम पोल्यूशन की ही रही है. जब तक पानी साफ नहीं दिखेगा, अब जब हम लेक रिजुविनेशन की बात करेंगे, उससे पहले हम रिवर रिजुविनेशन पे फोकस थे. रिवर रिजुविनेशन पे हमने सबसे पहले STPs पे फोकस किया, ताकि हम एटलीस्ट ट्रीटेड वेस्ट वाटर प्रोवाइड कर सके रिवर्स को इनिशियली, क्योंकि सब कुछ अभी एज इट इज डायरेक्टली जा रहा है. ये चाहे रिवर में हो या चाहे किसी लेक में हो. जब हम स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेन्स की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें भी बहुत ज्यादा सीवेज आ रहा है. कुछ कुछ जगहों पे हमने ऐसा भी देखा है जहां पे हमने नेटवर्क्स ले किए हैं इन सर्टेन मेजर टाउन्स की स्टॉर्म वाटर ड्रेन्स आर कनेक्टेड by for some other reasons are connected to the sewerage networks. So क्या होता है कि हमारा जो STP लोड होता है वो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाता है. तो इस तरह के हम लोग बहुत सारे बड़े चैलेंजेस फेस करते हैं. लेकिन कमिंग बैक टू दिस लेक रिजुविनेशन, हम लोगों ने रियलाइज किया कि अपार्ट फ्रॉम क्लीनिंग, उसके लिए तो हमने अभी बहुत कुछ कर लिया है. दैट कैन बी वेरी वेल सीन ऑन आवर वेबसाइट ऑल्सो. लेकिन लेक रिजुविनेशन हमारे लिए इसलिए अब जरूरी हो गया है क्योंकि नाउ वी आर फोकसिंग मच मोर ऑन द ई फ्लो इन द रिवर. हम लोगों ने अब उस पर बहुत ज्यादा तेजी से काम करना शुरू किया है. एंड टू मेंटेन दैट ई फ्लो, एटलीस्ट जैसे गंगा को अगर हम प्रयागराज में देखें, टॉकिंग ओनली अबाउट गंगा इन प्रयागराज, नॉट संगम और यमुना. यमुना में पानी है प्रयागराज में, बट गंगा आप अगर मई जून में जाएंगे तो काफी उसमें बहुत लीन फ्लो होता है या ना के बराबर फ्लो होता है. व्हाई? देयर आर एन नंबर ऑफ रीजंस. आपके लेक्स चोक हो चुके हैं, आपके जो नेचुरल रेन्स थी, नेचुरल स्टॉर्म्स थे, वो सब सारे चोक हो चुके हैं. आपका फ्लो रिवर तक पहुंच ही नहीं रहा है. आई एम टॉकिंग ओनली इन प्रयागराज, बट दिस इज द सिनेरियो इन द एंटायर स्ट्रेच. कुछ जगह पे डैम्स बनने की वजह से कुछ कुछ पैचेस पे बिल्कुल पानी नहीं है. तो इस सिचुएशन को कैसे एड्रेस करें? नाउ वी आर कमिंग बैक टू द लेक्स, कि भाई अब हम लेक्स पे फोकस करते हैं, बिकॉज दे कैन बी अ प्रोवाइडर की कुछ तो वो हमें लीन फ्लो में, उसके ई फ्लो में मदद करेंगे. सो वी हैड स्टार्टेड फोकसिंग कि अगर हमें कोई अब लेक के भी अपने सिनारियो हैं. हमें गंगा बेसिन में कई तरह के इश्यूज मिलते हैं, जैसे कि कुछ लेक्स पोल्यूटेड हैं. वो फिर भी आसान है थोड़ा करना, क्योंकि हम कुछ डिसेंट्रलाइज सिस्टम्स बना सकते हैं. हम उसमें कुछ meshes वगैरह लगा करके उसमें सॉलिड वेस्ट जाने से रोक सकते हैं. एंड विच वी हैव रिटन टू ऑल द म्युनिसिपैलिटीज इन गंगा बेसिन कि आप जो है इन ड्रेन से सॉलिड वेस्ट एटलीस्ट ना जाने दें, चाहे वो आपकी लेक हो. लेकिन उसके बाद सॉलिड वेस्ट के बाद जो FSTP प्रपोजल हम लोग चुनार में किया है ऑन पायलट बेसिस. तो ये सारी चीजें हम लोग स्टार्ट कर रहे हैं. अब ये सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेज करने के बाद, ये आपका सीवेज मैनेज करने के बाद, अनदर प्रॉब्लम विच वी आर सीइंग कि हमारी मैक्सिमम लेक्स सूख चुकी हैं. दे हैव ड्राइड अप. अभी एक सिचुएशन में सीएससी के साथ में हम लोग स्टडी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। ससुर खदेरी नदी है, इट इज अ स्मॉल स्ट्रीम विच कॉन्ट्रीब्यूट विच मर्जेस विद यमुना इन प्रयागराज एंड यमुना मीट्स विद गंगा। तो ये जो अभी हम लोग फोकस कर रहे हैं लेक्स के साथ, क्योंकि ये जो स्मॉल स्ट्रीम्स होती हैं ये छोटी छोटी लेक्स से ही मिलके बनती हैं, ज्यादातर हम लोग यही देख रहे, खासकर जो गंगा अगर हम पहाड़ों से छोड़ के आए और नीचे प्लेन्स में आए तो ज्यादातर ये जो छोटी छोटी स्मॉल स्ट्रीम्स हैं ये सारी आपकी लेक्स वगैरह से ही मिलके बनती हैं, ओरिजिन इनका किसी न किसी लेक से होता है। तो कंसिडरिंग द ई फ्लो वी आर नाउ फोकसिंग ऑन दी लेक्स एज वेल, पॉन्ड्स एज वेल, पर्टिकुलरली उसकी जिस तरह की भी प्रॉब्लम है। अब जैसे ससुर खदेरी की हम बात करें, हम उस पे वर्कआउट कर रहे हैं, वी आर ट्राइंग हार्ड कि हम उसका एक प्रॉपर प्लान बना सकें, हम उस पे उसको रिवाइव कर सके एटलीस्ट फॉर द लीन पीरियड, क्योंकि वहां ऐसा कोई अर्बनाइजेशन वाला प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, वहां ऐसा कोई बहुत बड़ा डेवलपमेंट नहीं हो गया। दैट्स अ वेरी मतलब बहुत ही एक छोटा सा टाउन है, छोटा भी तो नहीं कहूंगी बट ऐसा टाउन है, मतलब ये लेक्स हमने और सीएससी ने जाके देखी हैं, ये काफी मतलब आउटस्कर्ट्स में है, बिल्कुल खेत हैं चारों तरफ, स्टिल दे हैव गॉट सिल्टेशन एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दैट दे हैव ड्राइड अप एंड देयर नेचुरल नेचुरल वाटर जो भी आता था वो सब रुक गया है। सो वी आर ट्राइंग टू गेट इट डन, बट हमें जो चैलेंज आता है कि हमें इसका प्रॉपर सर्वे कराना है, उसमें कितना टाइम जाएगा, बिकॉज वी आर द एजेंसी विच वी आर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन विच इज वर्किंग ऑन ग्राउंड टू गेट द इमीडिएट। हम 4 साल स्टडी करने के बाद हम 5वें साल इम्प्लीमेंट करने जाएं, वी हैव लॉस्ट लॉट ऑफ टाइम एंड वी हैव लॉस्ट मोस्ट ऑफ आवर थिंग्स। सो हमें तो तुरंत इमीडिएट मेजर चाहिए। तो वी आर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड कि हमें कोई ऐसा अगर कोई ऐसी जो हम सिंक्रोनाइजेशन की बात कर रहे हैं कि मतलब अगर आप लोग इतनी सारी एजेंसीज इतना कुछ स्टडी कर रहे हैं, अगर किसी ने इन सब एस्पेक्ट्स पे स्टडी किया है, आई एम जस्ट गिविंग एन एग्जांपल, बट अगर इसके अलावा भी कोई और लेख है, कुछ भी है जिसपे आप स्टडी कर रहे हैं, जिसपे आपके पास प्रॉपर सर्वे है प्रॉपर, तो हमें डबल काम नहीं करना पड़ेगा। यू कैन इजिली, वी आर वेरी ओपन, आप हम तक भेज सकते हैं, अपनी स्टडीज भेज सकते हैं, आप उसकी सिचुएशन हमें बना सकते, इंस्टेड ऑफ रेजिंग द क्वेश्चन कि आप क्या कर रहे हो, आप क्या कर रहे हो, प्लीज हेल्प अस कि हम उस काम को आगे बढ़ा सके। वी आर रेडी टू वर्क ऑन इट, बट आप जो भी चीज, जो भी प्रॉब्लम अगर आपके दिमाग में आती है, आपने उस पर कुछ काम किया हुआ, यू कैन एनीवे सेंड टू अस, वी कैन हैव अ लुक ऑन इट एंड प्रायोरिटाइज इट। तो ये तो वी आर ऑलवेज ओपन टू इट, और हम लोग हर फ्रंट पे काम कर रहे हैं, चाहे वो सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट हो, चाहे वो लेक रिजुविनेशन हो, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। हमने लेसन्स मतलब हम लोग भी काम करते जा रहे हैं, डे बाय डे हम लोग भी लेसन्स लर्न कर सीख रहे हैं। जैसे हम लोगों ने एसटीपीज बहुत सारे बना लिए, ज्यादातर एसटीपीज डोमेस्टिक सीवेज पे हैं। अब जो ये एसटीपीज डोमेस्टिक सीवेज पे हैं, इसके लिए अब हम लोग जितने भी सैंक्शंस निकाल रहे हैं, जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स निकाल रहे हैं, उसमें मैंडेटली हम लोगों ने, हमारे ईसी ने, हमारे डीजी ने ये डिसीजन लिया है कि 20% ट्रीटेड वेस्ट वाटर रीयूज होना चाहिए। That has been mandatorily being taken up in our upcoming projects. तो ये सब चीजें डे बाय डे हम कर रहे हैं, बट अगर आप हमें कमियां निकालने के बजाय हमें और हेल्प करें इन सब चीजों को और एनहांस करने में, दैट वुड बी अ मोर अप्रिशिएबल थिंग। चाहे वो सीएससी हो, कोई भी तरह की रिसर्च एजेंसी हो, कोई भी अर्बन प्लानिंग आप कर रहे हो, टाउन प्लानिंग कर रहे हो, सो that's what we seek from NGOs, we seek from research organizations, those who do such kind of studies. कुछ चीजें ऐसी है, जैसे अभी आपकी प्रेजेंटेशन में सीएससी ने कहा कि परफेक्ट प्लान जैसा कुछ नहीं होता है। जब हम परफेक्ट की बात करेंगे ना, हम कुछ नहीं कर पाएंगे। इफ वी कैन डू समथिंग इन गुड, बेटर, दैट्स, आई थिंक दैट अप्रोच कैन हेल्प। अगर हम सोचे कि सब कुछ बढ़िया हो जाए, तब हम सब कुछ प्रॉपर प्लान बन जाए, तब हम काम करना शुरू करेंगे, सो दैट अप्रोच वोंट वर्क मच। दूसरी चीज ये है कि लैक ऑफ नेशनल पॉलिसी, सो ऑफ नेचर बेस्ड सोल्यूशन। तो पॉलिसी भले ना हो, बट वी आर वर्किंग, हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं नेचर बेस्ड सोल्यूशंस पे, स्पेसिफिकली ऑन लेक्स एंड पॉन्ड्स। हम लोग बनारस के कुछ पॉन्ड्स पे नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशंस पे प्रोजेक्ट्स लेने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, मथुरा में कुछ नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशंस पे काम करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, एंड प्रोबेबली विद इन कमिंग मंथ्स वी विल हैव सर्टेन प्रोजेक्ट्स कंसीव फॉर दीज थिंग्स, सो वी आर डूइंग इट. So lack of, I've seen lack of regulating floodplains. So again, it is not so. We are working towards it. हम लोगों ने फ्लड प्लेन्स पे काफी ज्यादा प्लांटेशन, मतलब फ्लड प्लेन्स नहीं बट ऑल अलोंग द गंगा बेसिन हम लोग प्लांटेशंस वगैरह भी कर रहे हैं। फ्लड प्लेन्स पे भी हम लोग काफी चीजें लेकर के आ रहे हैं। और हम लोगों ने अभी एक रिसेंटली एक प्रोजेक्ट अप्रूव हुआ है एनएमसीजी में, दैट इज फॉर रिजुविनेशन ऑफ काली ईस्ट। तो इस तरह के प्रोजेक्ट्स हम लोग ले रहे हैं और दैट इज ओनली बेस्ड ऑन नेचर बेस्ड सोल्यूशन, कंस्ट्रक्टेड वेटलैंड्स। सो इस तरह की चीजें हम लोग कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अब देखिए अभी तक क्या होता आ रहा है, ठीक है हम एसटीपी बना रहे हैं, ठीक है हम लेक रिजुविनेशन पे बात कर रहे हैं, पर अभी तक जो चीज अब तक खराब हो गई है उसका क्या करें? जो रिवर ऑलरेडी पोल्यूट हो चुकी है, जिसका बीओडी लेवल इतना हो गया, अब आप सडनली गवर्नमेंट या किसी भी चीज से भी एक्सपेक्ट करिए कि वो 1000 जिसका बीओडी हो उसको 3 बीओडी पे ले आ दे, दैट इज नेक्स्ट टू इम्पॉसिबल। बट एटलीस्ट वी आर ट्राइंग, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि 1000 से कुछ तो हम उसको कम डाउन कर, क्योंकि हम किसी भी चीज पे कुछ भी केमिकल्स नहीं डाल सकते ना, कुछ भी अलाउ नहीं कर सकते कि कुछ भी तरीके से आप उनको ट्रीट कर लीजिए, नदी में जाके घुस के कोई काम नहीं कर सकते। तो वी आर डूइंग दिस, हम लोग पूरे काली ईस्ट प्रोजेक्ट पे सारे एसटीपी जितने भी टाउन्स पड़ते हैं सब पे हमने एसटीपीज लगा दिए, सीटीपी जहां रिक्वायर्ड है वो भी कर रहे हैं, इंडस्ट्रीज पे काफी चेक रखा हुआ है और सारी इंडस्ट्रीज के ऊपर ईटीपी है। हम लोग ऑनलाइन मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम भी इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं ताकि ऑनलाइन डेटाबेस जनरेट हो सके, कहीं पे भी अगर होता है आपका नॉर्म्स नहीं मीट कर रहा है, वो इमीडिएट रिफ्लेक्ट होगा थ्रू ऑनलाइन मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम्स एंड दैट विल बी इमीडिएटली एड्रेस्ड। एंड वी आर टेकिंग सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट प्रोजेक्ट्स फॉर 15 years. So actually sewage treatment plant projects also make an important role while when we talk about rejuvenation or restoration of a lake as well. क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं एक जो भी लोकल टाउन प्लानर होता है उसको ये होता है कि पानी यहाँ से निकाल के यहाँ डाल दो, वो कैसा भी पानी जा रहा हो, बट अल्टीमेटली आपको आपकी अप्रोच जो होती पीपल सेंट्रिक होती है, रिवर सेंट्रिक नहीं होती। व्हाट माय रिक्वेस्ट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ एनएमसीजीज कि योर अप्रोच शुड बी रिवर सेंट्रिक। मतलब आप ये सोचिए कि नदी को, इससे नदी पे हम क्या नुकसान करने वाले हैं, हम सीधा एक नाला निकाल के डाल देते हैं। एनएमसीजी इज फेसिंग लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स की हम एक बार एक प्रोजेक्ट प्लान करते हैं 10 ड्रेन्स टैप करके उसको ट्रीट करने की, पता चला 4 और 6 ड्रेन्स उसमें बन रही और निकल के आ रही, अगेन वी आर एट फॉल्ट कि भैया अभी भी 6 ड्रेन्स जा रही हैं। सो ये चेक एनएमसीजी बीइंग सिटिंग एट द सेंटर नहीं पॉसिबल, ये हर एक इंडिविजुअल या एक इंडिविजुअल टाउन जो उसके इंडिविजुअल स्टेक होल्डर्स है उनकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है। फ्लड प्लेन्स के ऊपर भी हम लोग बहुत काम कर रहे हैं, हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि किस तरह से चीजों को रेगुलेट किया जाए। वी आर मेकिंग थिंग्स, हाँ sure. So I have lot of things to speak of, but I'll rest here.
थैंक यू निधि। द होल आइडिया यहाँ पे है कि हम एक लर्निंग कॉन्क्लेव में हैं, तो वो नेचुरली व्हाट इज बेस्ट से ही हम शुरू करेंगे। अब प्रैक्टिकली आपका इशू सही है कि कर क्या सकते हैं। सो हमारे साथ भी सीएससी में यही चैलेंज रहता है, व्हेनेवर वी प्रोड्यूस एनी लर्निंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स एंड वी गो टू द गवर्नमेंट, दे से आप डीपीआर बना दो, तो एक सीधा वो नेक्स्ट स्टेज आ जाता है। तो हम कहते हैं अरे भाई उससे तो पहले ये सब कर लें, क्योंकि हर कॉन्टेक्स्ट स्पेसिफिक होता है डीपीआर, तो वो तो एक जनरल गाइडेंस नहीं हो सकता। सो बट वी अंडरस्टैंड एंड वी आर नॉट हियर टू क्रिटिसाइज एनएमसीजी और एनीवन, वी आर ओनली सेइंग दैट दिस इज व्हाट इज कमिंग फ्रॉम आवर रिसर्च। अब इसको प्रैक्टिस में लाने के लिए ही मेन चैलेंज है। सो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट गणपति एंड वेंकटेश, वो इसी काम में लगे हुए हैं, and you know they are the ones who can tell us कि different lake context में ये जो निधि कह रही है जो challenges आ रहे हैं, what is your suggestion in terms of what approach should be followed? Should pollution control be the first thing, or rejuvenation and storm water should be the priority? Given what will be your take on this, when we're talking of lake rejuvenation, हमें करना क्या चाहिए?
Yeah, okay. Shall I start off, Dipinder? Thanks for the invitation, Dipinder, and the opportunity. Yeah, so I think in your presentation, and there's something everybody has been saying, that overall it's a very contextual response to that. I mean, it's difficult to give a standard thing to say this should be the approach. However, I would like to generalize one thing by saying we can treat urban lakes broadly as a category, and so and it has its complexities in terms of the setting, the urban setting And there again, one can do a small distinction between small and large and medium and so on and so forth. So depending on the context, again, peri-urban versus right in the city and so on, each context is very different. So in terms of approach, I like you presented in your approach, I think this whole involvement of stakeholders. So I think what I have observed in my few years of practice is that ultimately we need an owner for the whole thing to materialize. And who is the owner? I think we can think of some government department as an owner, but we find that there's no true ownership there. For example, in Bangalore, out of the 190 lakes we talk about, there was one chief engineer who was passionate about lakes. Somewhere between 2010 to 17, he was involved. Nearly 50 lakes he rejuvenated in his own style, spending 1 to 2 crores. He went on trying to get CSR funds and so on, and he practically did a little bit of a standard job, but nearly touched about 50 lakes in a span of about 4 or 5 years. However, what has really worked in Bangalore over a period of time is the fact that citizens have got involved. And so I do believe that ultimately the citizens as a stakeholder, and what Samrat was saying, that it's a very local thing. The local problems are no, and that also gives sort of continuity to the whole thing, which means that while government officers come and go, various people come and go, the citizens are mostly there, and if you have a group of 10, 15 of them, there's some way or the other that whole thing gets passed on. That's what we have noticed. So I think this whole, right from early 2000 onwards, we had a whole lot of small initiatives that started, but today almost every lake has a citizen trust, a custodian. They've all named that lake and call themselves a so-and-so lake trust kind of thing. I think that has helped a lot. So there is some owner who may not have all the technical knowledge, who may not have, let's say, a clear plan, who may not have funds, who may not have anything, but because they are the most affected party, they are the beneficiaries of the change that will come. They are an interested party, and they also seem to have some degree of continuity in terms of their existence. And they can also be very useful people to gather data, to monitor, to oversee, and all of those things. So in that sense, just touching upon a few of the questions you have raised also, the beautification and, let's say, a very superficial touch versus a more holistic, comprehensive. I would say both have their roles. I mean, initial engagement has to be where people can relate to. So it might end up being little cosmetic, little beautification oriented. I don't see a problem. It's at least gets things started off. This whole cleaning drives, for example, even temporarily addressing solid waste as a major issue of most water bodies can be actually a very long-lasting solution. I mean, honestly, in my experience, I've realized 50 to 60% of lake rejuvenation is about handling solid waste, not about liquid waste pollution. If you can handle solid waste, you've solved 50% of the liquid waste problem. And then you can get to liquid waste much easier to handle liquid waste than to handle solid waste. So I think if citizens are ready to get involved and start looking at beautification, and solid waste management is one of those things that they will look at when they look at beautification, and a bit of tree planting here, there, it has its long-term role also to play. But it should not stop there. That's a key point. I think while it starts off with those kind of activities, it creates ownership, it creates a connect. But then from there, we need to move on to more comprehensive and holistic approaches, for which one key thing will come down to funding. Who will fund the bigger requirements in terms of infrastructure, whether it is de-weeding, desilting, sewage treatment, so on and so forth. And in Bangalore, again, since you mentioned, I can borrow from Bangalore. Clearly, CSR has started playing a major role in funding these kind of projects. And there is now, there always was a Karnataka Lake Development Authority, Lake Conservation and Development Authority, which is now morphed into the Karnataka Tank Development Authority. But you have some government funds, some CSR funds, finally funding some of these rejuvenation programs. I think funding is another important area. The question you raised about wastewater entering lakes, whether that's a good thing, bad thing. There again, I want to go back to what I said. I think urban lakes require a new imagination. We need to see them as part of an integrated urban water management frame, where as a water supply element, they are a water source, a surface water storage reservoir, as well as a groundwater recharge structure. So it caters to the water supply need. You can look at it as part of the wastewater system by looking at it as part of a tertiary treatment process, not as a primary or secondary treatment process, but as an eventual tertiary treatment process, a polishing kind of process. And as a flood management mechanism, stormwater management. So when you draw these three circles of IUWM, lake is sitting at the center of all of them. It is a water supply, it's a water resource, both surface and ground. It's a wastewater treatment polishing stage infrastructure, if you want to look at it that way, the wetlands and so on. And it could also be a very useful asset when it comes to urban flooding and from a stormwater management asset, where in my view urban lakes will require some kind of structural measures for it to be for it to be allowed to function like a stormwater management infrastructure. You need to be able to regulate and manage the quantum of water, for which you need some structural measures. But otherwise, you can see the whole thing as a lake as something that fulfills all this. But center of all is the whole ownership, custodianship, and how do you build that citizen and people connect to those lakes. If we're able to get that, I think we are. I mean, I'm glad that government is now recognized that, and it's really it's part of schemes like Amrit, and there is incentives to rejuvenate water bodies, there's funding and so on. I think great beginning has been made. Good organizations like CSE has put out manuals. CDD has put out an approach document. NIUA, I see, is bringing out a lot of publications. The government is also, I'm told, working on a policy framework at the center on guidebook kind of thing. So all auguring very well, with citizens taking ownership, a lot of government guidelines and policies and funding being allocated. It looks good overall.
Venkatesh.
Thank you so much to my fellow panelists. I think they have already gave you the the big picture. So I call it the eagle eye view. But I work with a lot of people at the base of the pyramid, and I call it the toad eye view, or the frog, how he looks at the catchment. So I worked with a lot of district magistrates and the CDOs and the line officers. And I see that there's a big disconnect between what we are discussing today and what is happening at the ground. And when I come to Delhi, I find myself in a sort of a very different land, because I fight with the land mafias, I discuss with the superintending engineers, and I fight with the people who are dredging the rivers. So there's a very big divide between policy, practice, and who is actually doing it. So first of all, I would like to say that we have still not been able to look water in totality. We talk about lakes, wetlands, rivers. They're all one. Water is one. They are part of hydrological cycle. And if you look at the European Water Framework Directive, the statement is that water should be used, reused, and returned back to the nature, irrespective of where it is. Now, what we are doing it, we have termed urban lakes, urban river, urban city alliance. These are all elite approach of looking at water. Now, if you go to a catchment, could be urban, catchment could be concrete, but river, lake, it doesn't know whether it is urban or rural, right? A rose is a rose, is a rose. So if you see a river in totality from head to, like if you take the basin approach, if you see the satellite picture, you know that what is happening. Now, the dissemination part, whatever knowledge toolkit we have developed, it is not filtering down to the base of the pyramid. I am also a member of the District Ganga Committee, and I sit on the River Restoration Committee of the state government, where Chief Secretary is the chairman. We try hard to educate line officers, even people like even district DMs and CDOs. But when we go to the field, then again, there's a big disconnect. By the time we say that, okay, don't dredge this river, don't channelize this, let the catchment be in a good shape. You need a vegetation buffer, you need inline and offline and shoreline. They don't understand at all. Nature-based principles, even it doesn't come under bidding process. If I say that I am an expert on nature based solution, people would laugh at me. He said, okay, show me your documents, where you have documented or what kind of infrastructure you're going to put. So still in India, nature-based solutions take a back seat. When you do restore, the ecology takes a back seat because it is more hard concrete infrastructure. I recently went to, I was doing audit of this Amrit Sarovar Yojana. We went to see actually what is happening. So at many places, the dry channel of a river was used to convert into a pond. So a big channel is there. It has become intermittent. It was like a flowing river. But now what you did, you put muck solid into both ends and made a nice big pond in the middle portion of a dry channel. And you sold off the land to some other people, and there's encroachment. So we have to see science should be at the forefront, the science of restoration. And it is a very complex process, multidimensional. It is site specific. There is no one size fits all sort of thing. And also the entirety of the water cycle. How do you plan your stormwater, and whether you should see the excess of runoff, like part of the hydrological cycle. We sort of demonize the extreme flow events. Extreme flow events, they are very important for revitalizing the ecology. It brings sediments back to the plain, and where I am located, it's part of the middle Ganga basin, Tarai areas and aquifer. The shallow rivers are there. So the high flushing flow is required to revitalize, but we are trying to contain, because we sit in an urban area and we try to contain all the stormwater. What would happen to the downstream areas? So there are downstream implications. The third thing that I would like to highlight is on the impact of base flows into the continuity of water. Now, what is happening? Groundwater table is getting down. Even if you restore a lake, from where you will get the water? Unless until you replenish your shallow aquifer, because rainfall is just like a few days in your monsoon, and rest of it is your bank storage. Whatever water is stored in the bank, river banks, or the paleo channels, they would emit out, or they would just contribute as the base flow. But there is no base flow. All the water is going down. So we have to connect the river restoration, the wetland restoration, the pond, and the water body restoration into one program. Maybe a site-specific context is required, but at least we can work with the people who actually matter. The line officers, the civil engineers, the junior engineers, the diploma people who are actually doing, people at with Manrega, because they are the real people who are to be trained in science of restoration, and they don't know at all. I mean, I have given so many training sessions, big sessions with all the district magistrates and many CDOs, but still, I mean, we need hundreds of such sessions to actually create what you call the push, the critical mass of people. And lastly, on the issues of the land revenue records, that is very important. I have seen in middle Ganga basin, like especially in districts like Lucknow, Raebareli, and Allahabad, and Pratapgarh, and Hardoi, I work with older satellite pictures, and I have got the US spy satellite pictures, Corona. You must be knowing that Corona was a spy satellite, and I have pictures, good resolution picture, black and white, starting from 1966. I have picture of 1976 and onward. So we mapped a lot of paleo channels and water bodies, and so we asked to set up a committee, and fortunately now we have a committee on smaller river rejuvenation. But the land revenue department, they have somehow not able to record those wetlands or water bodies appropriately in their revenue records. And the land encroachers, or the developers or the real estate people, they are milking on those loopholes, because you have not been able to record. Even if you have Survey of India topo sheets, you have the satellite pictures, and now there's a district wetland management authority is there. At least they can earmark and they can designate that, yes, this is a wetland. So we have been trying to convince people, even with our own evidence, hard evidence, with satellite pictures, with Survey of India topo sheets, with revenue records, with cadastral maps, even with all older pictures. Look, this is a wetland, you need to earmark it. Otherwise, builders, they are going to, slowly and slowly. And we have done one land use estimation. You would be shocked to know that in the last 50 years, we have lost 70% of water bodies because of the negligence from the revenue department, the land revenue department, because they are the people who need to be educated. We can have so many programs, but ultimately when you go, the land mafia would kill you. They would say that, no, this is not a wetland, show me on the paper. And then if you go to the land revenue officer, they will also say, okay, come some other day, we don't have any map, we don't have any. And then you would be like, you would be victimized. So there's a big disconnect, my dear friends. Please, I would say, go to the hinterland, go to rural areas, work with the line officers, work with the district magistrates, work with all these Manrega people, and then you would know that it's a very difficult task, but doable if done in a right spirit and in right direction. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Venkatesh. I think you rightly said that situation in Delhi or in seminars is very different from situation on the ground, where you have to face with the land issues and, maps and all that. I think we will be running out of time. I just had one point I wanted this panel to respond. I'm sorry, it's 1:40 and these people have to serve lunch. One point I wanted to ask the panel, आप lunch में इनसे पूछ लीजिए अलग से. एक point था, whenever we work on, especially when we were working on, say, septage management, fecal sludge management, or if we work on co-treatment, which is also being presented in the afternoon session, we would always look at two types of learning or training material: planning, designing, because planning is followed by designing a system. Now, lakes and water bodies doesn't fit into that somehow. One thing is planning and designing for engineers, by engineers is still possible. But planning and designing a lake rejuvenation is, because again, to answer Nidhi's question, karna kya hai? But here the biggest challenge is, can there be a planning, can there be a designing module for lake rejuvenation? I mean, and what are some of the challenges in that? Because again, coming from the sanitation side, I see it, hona to chahiye. But then the contexts are so different. And if the engineer is supposed to understand shoreline, inner line, all those aspects, as you were rightly saying, Venkatesh, they don't have that orientation. So what do you suggest? How should one proceed on this?
I think the best way to look for strategic intervention would be the master plan. Because, or the city development plan. Many of the cities and towns in India, they still do not have any master plan.
No, I'm saying, but do a technical planning for a lake rejuvenation, not master plan or urban planning I was referring to. Can there be a planning for a technology intervention? Can there be a planning guidance, I'm saying, for?
Yeah, of course, it is required. I mean, it is really required. But I was telling that the best areas for intervention would be to just, try, and because this is the right time, otherwise you would be too late, because we have morpho land use map, then there are TCP, a town and country planning department in every districts, but they are sitting idly in some one small corner. So if they are to be, told at this time that, look, this is as per morpho land use, this has to be wetland, this has to be water bodies, you need to put culvert, or if you make a highway, you need to design proper drainage. So this is the right time. And if the master plan is done, then they think that, okay, this is the document. And a lot of conflicts are there in the master plan, those who are already having master plans. So at least in UP, like there are 75 districts. So huge challenge is to, look for the intervention.
Ganpati, aap kuch keh rahe the?
Yeah, I think your question is on, is it possible to create training modules, right? Especially technical. So if you take urban water bodies, lakes as a specific topic, I would say you can split it into the two of the roles that lakes, no, I spoke about three, which includes the water resource and storage and groundwater recharge. If you were to leave that, then it's really the pollution mitigation aspect of the lake and the urban flooding role that the lake can play. These two can be generally taught in the form of saying, how do you go about mitigating pollution in a lake? So the processes can be laid down in the form of saying, what kind of studies are to be done to assess the level of pollution. And then once you assess it, these are the 2-3 ways in which you can approach it. For example, if the pollution levels are low, you could think of a direct wetland system. If the pollution levels are high, exceeding, let's say, 70-80 BOD of the incoming inflows, the dry season, then you need to necessarily intercept, divert, do some kind of primary and secondary treatment, and then put it into the, as a tertiary treatment, you can use the lake. So defining these kind of systems and explaining. Sorry.
And for flooding?
For flooding, I think the course or the study material will have to focus on how do you assess catchments, how do you assess flows, and how do you sort of estimate the monsoon season flows, and what kind of structures need to be built, and what is if the role of the lake in flooding, then what is the lake operating regime? Kind of is the eventual conclusion from a urban flooding mitigation point, which will require a bit of introduction to design of hydraulic structures, both on inlet side as well as outlet side, and bunds and so on. And how do you regulate the overall lake water levels? Like when you see, if it's an irrigation, most lakes were originally irrigation structures. At that time, the irrigation department owned these lakes. They had a lake memoir, they had a tank register, they used to maintain levels. There was a chap in charge of letting out water at the right time. Now all the gates are all mostly under bunds, so on and so forth. So I think a new regime has to be set for the new lake vision. So based on that vision, how do you then regulate its role as a flood regulator? So
If the module also has a management and maintenance part, because merely the person.
Yeah, that is fine.
Yeah, and more broadly, what Shivani also highlighted is the whole process can be taught. Like we developing that vision, the rejuvenation plan, master plan, followed by and then.
In the urban area, irrigation department has been taken out, and only the local bodies are doing all these things. They have no idea. That's the issue.
Let's have lunch right now. We will some of these questions आप पूछ सकते हैं. Otherwise, in the next session also there are 2 more sessions. So just hold on. Otherwise, we won't be able to have lunch. I'm sorry. आप इनसे है ना अगले session में आप पूछ लीजिए.
Good opportunity to see everyone at the same time.
हेलो, आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट है आप बैठ जाइए, अब हम स्टार्ट करने वाले हैं. So good afternoon, everyone. Now we will start the afternoon session. This presentation on water sensitive cities, Ganga Basin Index and Handbook was one of the deliverables for our CSC and MCG program. And I'm very happy that Rajiv ji is here today because under NMCG, taking up a water kind of a program was a challenge, and he was very supportive. He realized that NMCG cannot just build STPs, which was the earlier mandate, that somehow clean the river by treating the sewage, but you have to look at water also. So I think it was a good foresight, and a lot of effort went. He was just sharing with me also in the lunchtime to get this pushed and approved through the systems. Because why are you doing a program on water sensitive urban design, lakes and water bodies, stormwater management? So this was a challenge which NMCG also had to take up, and we were very happy that I think Suresh Rohela also deserves credit at that time to have pushed this agenda with NMCG, and CSC was able to work with NMCG as a capacity building, knowledge building initiative. And this presentation which I'll be making is a very short one, and the background of this water sensitive cities, a global south kind of a water sensitive cities framework, has come also from the past 9 months of my engagement with CSC, where Manu was also part of one workshop we held in August. And then we had a series of other interventions where we tried to look at water sensitive cities framework, which is appropriate for Indian context, for a global south context. So I remember Manu was, or today somebody was also saying that not all Delhi can be a sponge city. So what is a sponge? Where is a sponge? These are very critical things, rather than just saying now sponge city is one concept emerging somewhere and let's try to promote it here as well. So why we need a global south water sensitive cities framework or an index was because we believe that a normative kind of a thinking dominates the origin of water sensitive cities discourse framework. Jagan says there's nothing wrong in a normative framework. Even what you are suggesting can be called a normative framework, which I agree. But the thing is, what do you prioritize in your normative framework, and how do you justify it? So we have tried to do that. This is just a conceptual framework and leading to an index, which we are proposing here and which is open to any feedback and correction. So interventions have to be contextualized. I just brought in some pictures to show this contextualization. So this is one of the water sensitive cities conceptualization in Denmark. And actually, I was fortunate to be there. So these are all my photographs. They are not borrowed from somewhere else. And this shows the kind of river rejuvenation or a city water rejuvenation they are doing. And this is a photograph of how the river is entering the port in the city Aarhus in Denmark. And this shows you their context. So for example, the previous city was showing the river. Now this is on the left side photograph with the buildings is about their cityscape, which you see is all the seaward city is going underground to a sewage treatment plant. And only the runoff from the city is entering that river. And this right photograph is an underground water storage, which they have created upstream. So if there is a stormwater surge, they first put it underground, and it's not a very big capacity. and they have 2-3 of these underground stormwater storages, which they then release based on the rainfall. So this is how they are managing, and it's their framework. Now, this is another town there, Middelfart. The name was funny, but that is how some of these European cities are. But you see the kind of swales, the kind of groundwater recharge, individual and neighborhood level, WSUDP. These are the concepts which we have also used in our training programs. But again, see their context. See the kind of houses, see the kind of side lanes in which you can do all that. This is what I think Vandana was referring to. And this was again a concept which they showed us. They actually went up and released water from a water tanker. And the water tanker water was flowing in the center of the street. And they showed us that, you know, you can have a drainage in the center of the street as well. So when we asked them why not on the side of the roads or the houses, they said, well, it will be very expensive. And, you know, the owners have to pay so much. So they also agreed, and this kind of a system was done there. So these are all which are possible, but context is important. And several people, including Rohit Kakkad here, was raising this issue of kahan kar sakte hain, kitna volume hoga, what will be the dimensions. And, you know, those are the issues which are, so we are not denying any of these interventions which have a value, but what can be contextualized for us may be different. So if you put it up in terms of a global north context of cities, we see that they are planned cities. They have water, wastewater, stormwater infrastructure in place. And they have, their ambition is a higher water conservation, a higher wastewater treatment. And when you go to these cities, they talk about not just nutrient removal, energy harvesting. They use a lot of energy for heating in Europe, and they talk of carbon sequestration from their plants, methane. So their aims and ambitions are at that level. Higher, and similarly higher adaptation to stormwater stress and climate change. Most of these cities are coastal cities. They are faced with this impact of rising sea levels. So their adaptation to stormwater stress is again in terms of their climate, in terms of their context. They don't have monsoonal kind of impacts. And that one stream which I showed you in the first slide of Aarhus city, when we reached the port, we asked where is the origin? They said 10 kilometers. So that is the smaller scape of their city. So a 10-kilometer stretch, they're managing with these kind of interventions. Whereas if you look at Najafgarh Nala, Bahadurgarh, you know, these are huge drains and water bodies which flow over 100 of kilometer or so. So our context and their context, if we just try to import it directly from there, it may not work. But in their context, it works beautifully. Now, this was the linear imagination of a water-sensitive city. And this was proposed in the 90s and has been a basis for a water-sensitive cities framework originating. And Rohit Kakkad was also saying, yes, first we had water supply, then we had seaward, and then we had drained. And now we are looking at higher ambition, waterway city, water cycle city. So water-sensitive city per se is more like a vision. It is not a framework. A framework is actually a set of facts or ideas. A framework is not a discourse. Discourse will be something like ye hona chahiye. But a framework, you try to collect a set of facts and then you present it that this is what we are saying based on this facts or these ideas. So that is, I think, which is very important in considering a framework versus a discourse. Now, this is how, this is from that Monash University. Their own assessment shows it like this, that their European cities or Australian cities are like water supply is 100%. And when it comes to a water sensitive city, and they have their framework, they have a set of principles on which they come to this assessment. Now, these are a set of pictures which I put in contrast, which are from our urban slums and informal settlements. This is the kind of a relatively better landscape of our informal city. You have two drains on two sides, and these drains slowly they get covered. Jab population density बढ़ जाती है, then these becomes your combined sewer. So left side, right side, and then this issue happens. There is also an issue of these getting clogged and with solid waste. And this is what it becomes. Slowly as the drain increases, then it becomes like a combined sewer. And, you know, everything comes in there because there is no other place for it to empty. And then when it becomes even worse, then we start laying down sewers. So this is a work of going on, of putting in a central sewer. And this is Sangam Vihar. So now this is going on actually right now. So somebody from our office had gone there and this is the kind of, yeah. So essentially, if you see a person standing there, he's standing on a central sewer. And this is not the main sewer. It's just the main road is, I think, wider than this. And so it's about 4 feet, this sewer. And therefore, as in the morning, Rajiv ji was also saying that we should not be fixed with centralized, decentralized, sewered, non-sewered, drained and well-drained, water sensitive and, you know, well-drained. So these are all concepts, but we have to apply them in our context. The only difference here is now in this lane, if you see, there will be 3 sewers. One is passing through the center, one is on the left, one is on the right. Now, which is connecting to what from which lane is a big challenge. Side lanes are here. All these side lanes are coming and connecting here. Now, which is connected to where and what is something which has to be designed as best as possible. There cannot be a perfect solution. And this is one last. So there will also be some lanes like this, which has a central sewer kind of a manhole you can see. But these are all different typologies of, you know, of lanes and city. And then you have this water connection is also like this. So there will be a water point where, you know, different logon ke connection lage hue hain from one place, which are also metered. So when we come to global south cities, what is our context? Our context is we have inadequate infrastructure. We also have a substantial urban poor and informal settlement. Substantial means could be more than 50%. And in large metros, certainly smaller towns mein wo issue nahi hai, jo large mein hai. So our ambition is that जो हमारा सिस्टम है वो फंक्शनल होना चाहिए एंड इंक्लूसिव होना चाहिए बिकॉज अभी भी दिन में भी आज मेंशन था अशोक कुमार जी आल्सो सेड द इशू इज हमारे एसटीपी ही नहीं चलते एंड देन वी आर सेइंग एसटीपी बाईपास हो रहा है कहीं से सो द फर्स्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग फॉर अस इज दैट आवर सिस्टम शुड बी फंक्शनल एंड इंक्लूसिव टू द एक्सटेंट पॉसिबल वी हैव अ वेरी वीक urban statutory planning, so this point also had come up. Venkatesh had said this, that for any water sensitive planning, you need to have urban planning strengthened. And we would like Jagan and others also to share on that. And large built environment. And this point Samrat had raised on the stormwater, that suddenly, and their WRI report of cities is showing that. And he was saying 1% increase in built up area leads to 3.5% increase in runoff. So, and Bangalore is cited as one city where from 100 square kilometer, it has become 800 square kilometers in the last few years, last decades. So we have this issue where we have large built up environment. When I joined CSC, I was also quite intrigued by this whole logic of leapfrogging. And I went over to their Monash University and I was trying to see, and there was this, somehow this belief is there that, you know, you can leapfrog from developing cities can just leapfrog the different stages. Although it doesn't say that you don't need gray infrastructure. It says that along with gray infrastructure, you can also build green infrastructure and you can make this jump. But how can you do that is not explained, given the context and, in terms of policy or programs, what is it that is required? And sometimes it is seen as a mantra that, this is possible, and while they are doing something like that. So what is it that we should propose as a water sensitive cities framework for global south cities? Should it be a combination of several things? So here there should be some goal which guides any framework. So for example, smart cities, when it came as a new approach for urban development, people were questioning what is a smart city. So then I think this Prime Minister of Singapore said, as long as roads are functional, buses are working, electricity and water supply is there, that is a smart city. So, and the Brazilian and Latin American case was very clearly that is your city for poor, and is your city imagined in terms of public spaces to actually help those who don't have access to the benefits of a city? So I think that, and whenever we talk of frameworks or whenever we talk of policy, we always talk of a preamble. Like even the Constitution has a preamble, but otherwise also your framework should commit to something. Otherwise it becomes water conservation, water management, efficiency. So what can be some kind of a goal? So if the goal is just and equitable reuse, and you're covering all aspects of not just water, but wastewater as well. And it's, why it is framed like that is because justice is the highest element of, some sense of social well-being. It is not just an English word to be used, just and equitable, but justice is even higher than equity. So some people who require more should get more. That is justice. Not everybody should get equal. So therefore, there should be some goal and commitment which guides us to a framework which we can then put it into an index. We can identify outcomes, what is required. So these are some of the things. The sub points only explain the main point that inequity is there. Leapfrogging is not possible without addressing gaps in infrastructure, and climate change affects everyone, but it impacts some people perhaps more. For example, in the stormwater drainage, in the session, Vandana was constantly raising this issue of a lot of our drains are being polluted by informal settlements. But when it comes to action on getting our storm drains right, they are the first ones who are evicted, because they normally reside in those low-lying areas next to the Nala. So there is also this element of justice that when we are talking of addressing, making our cities water sensitive, then it should not impact those who are, already living at the margin. So guiding principles are in a way generic, but they are also specific in the sense that there should be and these are not new in any way. So we are not claiming that what we are saying here is very new, but we are trying to prioritize it. So it should be a longer, larger vision, and not just in projects, but also intercity and urban rural contextualization, because again, water sensitive cities framework looks very city focused. But a lot of things are now beyond the city. So that rural urban should be brought into a framework, at least in the priority. Climate change exacerbates already existing water scarcity and flooding. So it's not something which has suddenly become an issue. Already there was an unequal access and high withdrawal of groundwater. It's only exaggerating and making it worse. Design should consciously design consciously for equity and justice. So the thing is, you can design many interventions of lake rejuvenation, harvesting. But if they're not consciously designed, it will not happen by default. हमने ये कर दिया water harvesting, उनको फायदा हो गया. So currently that seems to be the way that let's just do this much and let's not focus too much on what is happening. Reducing conflicts was identified as one of the main problems when we had this August workshop last year. So people said this is a big issue and these conflicts are at all levels, intra-urban, urban-rural, industry, agriculture. So this is, as a principle, it should be recognized that there are conflicts and we have to, and then we should improve the functionality of both the efficiency. And so applying the framework is again saying there are some parts of the city which may not benefit from your intervention. So how will you benefit them? So when you apply a framework, so what will you do consciously to ensure that either they benefit through a cross subsidization regime, which is, for example, if the Bangalore BWSSB saves a lot of Kaveri water from being pumped to the town, then it translates into energy saving for them because it's all electricity based. So then how do you use that to further benefit people who should be benefited? So like that, or if you are trying to do some other water conservation measures elsewhere, so how do those people who can't do that benefit? Then the application of the framework for a city, for Mahua or for NMCG, you cannot actually get into the non-anthropogenic aspects because then it becomes very large, a framework. If you start measuring the impact, biodiversity se kya hua hai, it will be very difficult to implement because then you'll have so many indicators in the framework, then it will be very difficult to manage. As far as going by BOD, COD, you can still do, but biodiversity impacts are difficult to measure. And measuring impact within and beyond the city. So this should come in the frame. Otherwise, again, as Venkatesh was saying, we sometimes limit the whole concepts. River city, river and city pe hi ja rahe hain, whereas it is bigger than that. So there are those things which need to be factored in. So let's come to the index. So when we are saying developing an index, then we are looking at outcomes. Outcomes are the same which we have said: inclusion, justice, equity. So we believe that intervention neutral impact assessment should be done. So nobody will deny that water harvesting should be done. Yes, you do it, but what impact and outcome is happening is important. So irrespective of what lake rejuvenation, what stormwater management is leading to any of these outcomes is what one should measure. Institutional strengthening is certainly important. Urban planning is one of the areas which is a focus. It should be long-term and sustainable. Water and nutrient cycle integrity and climate resilience. So these are all terms, but these are the broad framework for an index. And therefore, when we come to the index finally, we are looking at very simple 4 things. One is you should have functional infrastructure and services, which we keep saying is a problem in India and across South Asia and elsewhere. So unless you have functional infrastructure and services, what water sensitive cities can you have? Secondly, they should be also inclusive for unserved areas. So again, that same point, whether it is Sangam Vihar or elsewhere, unless it is happening there, it is not a water sensitive city. Substantial reuse of treated wastewater and biosolids. Now, this is given. Everybody is saying hona chahiye. Ashok ji was also saying this is one area which is we are very much focused. Nidhi was also saying 30%, we are told to now factor in reuse. So, and the fourth is mitigation in situ urban flooding. So if you are able to mitigate urban flooding, because this is a very specific problem or a phenomenon which is also happening with climate change because of this large built up area. So within the 4, if you see, These are four out areas which we feel are important for an index, but they will again need to be disaggregated city-wise. So for example, Bangalore, Delhi, elsewhere, having mitigation in urban in situ flooding may be an issue. But class 4, class 5 cities, this may not be an issue for them. There is not that built up area intensity. So the index can be, with having different weights for different types of cities, large cities, medium cities, and in that sense. So for example, if you have, if very small cities, you don't have such an inclusion issue, then the weightages should be accordingly changed. So, and then we come to this planning and design considerations. Now, the planning and design considerations, this was an issue which I also asked Ganpati and Nidhi in their session. What should be, our planning and design considerations? They rightly said that for lakes and water bodies, it should be based on the problems of the lakes and water bodies and not in general. But something which can be generalized is that water sensitive urban planning and design. So you see it is WSUPD. So planning should precede design. So otherwise we keep talking of, we seem to have design as a solution. Fixing responsibility and accountability is important. And this is now factored into this new framework of citywide inclusive sanitation also. They're saying, look at responsibility and accountability. Both gray and green infrastructure provisioning is important. Nobody is denying the importance of either of them. Adapting to climate change. So have a combination which adapts to climate change, both gray and green infrastructure, and look beyond urban placemaking and beautification. Monitor city level gains. So these are something which larger planning and design considerations, not thematic planning and design considerations. So I would end here and I would request the panelists to please come up and share their thoughts. And I'm very glad that Manu Bhatnagar is here, Jagan Shah is here, and Rajiv Ranjan Mishra ji is here. And yeah. Sumit also. Sumit, aap bhi aayenge? No. Mr. Badoni was supposed to come since he is not here. So we'll ask Sumit to be here. Please. नेम हटा दो आप मुझे छोड़ ही दो
Okay, I basically came to listen to you.
I'm sorry, I missed Tarika's name. So how, Tarika, would you like to start? Yeah.
Sure. And thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say thanks for this opportunity. It's great to be sitting with very distinguished people and who have done great body of work. I'll just, based on the presentation, and Devendraji was kind enough to send this work to us just to have a reflection on. I'll just share my understanding of what I think what a sensitive cities concept is and how that has sort of helped India, just taking examples from the outside. We say global north, so let's just say global north. So technically, so the diagram that you showed, I was very interested to see that you mentioned that leapfrogging, is sort of difficult in an Indian context. I think if we can divide our cities, decouple them as formal and informal settlements, those two can work independently and then merge at some point. Because if we go the route of giving them all the gray infrastructure, we will land up in the same situation that cities are facing right now with all the gray infrastructure, but no, not much green. So, so that is what I was thinking about. That leapfrogging is basically not doing the things that we have done in the past. It's sort of taking examples from water sensitive cities. We might not apply everything in our context. For example, if you look at drainage, we can find ways of doing alternate examples of drainage, like not just giving them a pipeline, but constructed wetlands for say, which has been applied in many cases for lake rejuvenation or pond rejuvenation. So they do constructed wetlands and then send the treated water to the pond or lake. And for water, we need to diversify. So the main thing is is not just depend upon one source of water, because that will increase our risk way too much for the informal settlement. So if you need to diversify the water sources and tap all of them, which will sort of take care of the stormwater part as well. So I think if we look at all the sectors collectively in an integrated manner, we might be able to have solutions which can address not just one issue, but more than one issue in general. And I think in the framework, and since morning, we have been really talking about stakeholders like ownership, political will. That sort of is really important to get things going. And I think we sort of have to be very, very conscious of putting the cultural and the traditional aspects of how people have already managed water for so many years when these all systems were not there. So tapping into that traditional and cultural knowledge is really important. That also leads to our values, that basically we are trying people to connect to water more. For right now, for a resident in Delhi, say, the connect is to the tap. So my connect is only to the tap, but not to the source. I don't want to go to a lake. Why? I should be motivated enough to visit a lake in Gurgaon, where I am. There are so many lakes that are there, but they are hardly used for any other purpose, which they should be, because that will improve my connect, my social, my aspect of that. And that has implications of environmental, economics, everything, mental health. There's so many. So I think that sort of connect, we have to keep on reiterating that people need to find connect with water again. We have a lot of connect with every other thing, but we don't care enough about water for the things to change drastically. We should have that. And I think cultural, like people say cultural is not just culture, it is also cultural science. They were based out of many years of cultural things that people were doing, and they passed on to the generations, and then it's kind of get lost. So yeah, that I think has been really talked about and is important. The one thing that I really liked about about this framework is we have to start with understanding the issue, not just jump to a conclusion. So the first and foremost for any city to look at any intervention is to first understand the issue. They may not have a water supply issue, but they may have a flooding issue. So we need to address the core issue, and then we can have an integrated solution so that we can address other issues as well. But the most pressing issue has to be understood clearly well before proposing anything. Just the last point about master planning, which I think is a great starting point, I think, for the city to force to think outside the box. The only struggle with master plans are that they don't cater enough of this thinking into that. It's a very land use sort of consideration, master planning. So if we can help the cities, or if we can guide them to put a water sensitive sort of a approach chapter into it, like not just think about what can be done, no, dedicate a chapter into it. The planners need to be educated enough about water sensitive cities principles in a way that they incorporate that thinking when they're doing the master plans. They are in their silos working, but if they are educated enough, they are aware enough of how to get these concepts or seek expertise outside to get this thing into the master planning, then it's in a document, and master plan is the first guiding document that we all look forward, right? And master plan, I think, should also come up with critical projects that has to be mandated. We have to have an accountability of a person, often of say, this city requires 5 water bodies to be rejuvenated. They are really critical in the hydrology and really help with all other benefits. Once you put that into the master planning document, dedicate a chapter, educate the planners, it's not just a one-time thing, but I think it's a longer term what we should be doing. But I think targeting that at different angles of education, getting it into it, implementation, and holding accountability. Like if it is not done, then what? Enforcement is an issue. So I think in totality, we really are moving, but I think the people who are driving that sort of a thinking should be roped into conclaves like this, or educated into forums like CSA holds. Yeah, that's from me. Thank you.
To all the esteemed panelists, participants. The water sensitive index, specifically from a city's perspective, is rightly the need of the hour. Why I'm just focusing on 2 aspects, which has actually relevance for the work that we're doing at NMCG. I believe the index should have a component of water sensitive good governance. In good governance, currently the leadership, vision, and the commitment. And I mean, I can see a striking example of here, our ex-DG, he had the leadership of bringing in the urban component through the work that we are doing for the River Cities Alliance and the URMP, the Urban River Management Plan. I think majority of that would be covered within these aspects. But however, one of the key components that we have for the URMP preparation is a multi-sectoral coordination group, the city working group. And I think that should have a focus within this kind of an index. And I think along the 3 sessions previously, the common thread is, and rightly my fellow panelists just pointed out, is a River People Connect. Delhi is going to have a new name in the next 1 or 2 years. It'll be a city of lakes again. I mean, the work has started. How do we not let it as a standalone achievement, but improve the River People Connect? I think that possibly would have a good reflection in that. The other part, again, coming from NMCG's work, is about sustainability. Recently, the national framework for safe reuse of treated wastewater has been developed. And there's a lot of implications on how we look at wastewater in the urban component currently, that in terms of sustainability can find a reflection. And in terms of the blue-green component, I think a lot has been said, but I think it's a very recent concept whereby cities like Delhi, Bhopal, and Madurai and others have started it. I think it's too early for the institutionalization, but I think the framework might follow from this kind of an index being developed, and its linkage with the ease of living index developed already from MOHUA that could make it more relevant in institutionalizing it. I think broadly, these are the threads that I would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Tarika ji and Sumit. Okay, I don't know where exactly to start, but I'll start with adaptation. Dipinder, you talked about it in your presentation. I think fundamentally we have to recognize that if we are actually looking at creating a framework for India, we are actually doing something which is meant for an unprecedented scale of urbanization, and not just urbanization, but the transformation from rural to urban as well. So we're dealing with growth, and this was something that we discovered when we were designing the Smart Cities mission as well, which is that while the concept in the West refers to what they call beyond growth, that cities have, in a sense, maxed out their growth. They've built most of their infrastructure, and now they're doing the adaptation to make things better, right? So they're creating efficiencies within what exists. We are building new as well as adapting what exists, and that presents a kind of complexity which most city governments don't have the capacity to actually deal with. So if we are speaking about this in the context of urban local bodies, development authorities, or regional authorities, or for that matter, even state level departments, we're looking at a extremely resource constrained, capacity constrained sector. And we must keep that in mind. And I hope that the framework does address that. And I believe you're already anticipating that aspect. So scale and growth, which means that you're dealing with the brownfield in most cases. We should recognize the fact that official figures on urbanization are extremely off the mark. And in fact, even the Ministry of Finance itself has admitted that in the economic survey of 2016-17, where they say that it may well be 60%, and that's 5 years ago. So we are actually dealing with possibly a very urbanized landscape. Let me call it that. Not necessarily everything is recognized as a city. And in that urbanized landscape, essentially it's brownfield solutions that we're talking about, which then links to this question about urban planning, right? Which essentially, if you look at the dogma of planning in our country, it's about land use planning fundamentally. So it's about land management. And in that context, when you begin to speak about green and blue infrastructure, as we did at NIUA when we were designing the master plan 2041 for Delhi, you're actually allocating quote unquote valuable space to green and blue infrastructure. We should keep in mind that in India, almost 50% of the open space in our country, in our cities, is actually privately owned open space. And it's almost the opposite in the developed north, where most of the space in the city is occupied by building footprints, and the remaining space is public space, which creates the opportunity for creating the swales, the nature-based solutions, and so on that you showed us from Denmark. So there is that vital difference. And the city of Ahmedabad, for instance, is already looking at an adaptation of their building regulations to encourage the buildings on Ashram Road in Ahmedabad to actually build right to the edge of the plot. They're encouraging, giving incentives to do that, and to give some of their private open space to the public, to create more walking space, to actually give back, because essentially most of that open space is underutilized, whereas it could very well be used for city level infrastructure. So this context of land management puts a pressure on us if we are wanting to achieve the outcomes that we are looking at, and that is to do the research on the cost benefit analysis. We've got to figure out that if say the average cost of the urban land is X, then if you allocate it for this purpose, what are the benefits that accrue from allocating it for that purpose? And those benefits can be calculated. There are benefits with regard to the size and scope of your networks and so on, and as well as other kind of co-benefits that arise. But that exercise requires research. And I think I want to underline the fact that there is a mention in the framework that you're critiquing currently, the existing framework, about using best available research. And that caught my attention, because best available research in India is still inadequate research. And in fact, it's only really CSE and NMCG that has supported new research on these subjects. But clearly, given that we have 8,000 cities, we are far from that. Which brings me to another point. And I've just come back from Srinagar, where we heard a municipal commissioner talk about how even just building footpaths in the city is opposed. Even that. something as innocuous as that, attracts a lot of pushback from the public. So we are talking about a situation where the public good that is created through improved infrastructure is not acknowledged by the public, is not understood by the public, right? So better flood management in a city is actually not acknowledged because people believe it's an act of God. It will happen once in, the systems are designed for once in 100 years, so it'll happen once in 100 years. But say that to the citizens of Chennai, and it's a very different reality. Has Chennai even begun to adapt the way that you would expect after having faced $3 billion worth of losses in the first flood that they had, and they had a subsequent one just, I think, 2 years ago? No, it hasn't. So this leads then to another aspect of a water-sensitive city, behavior change. And I think in the diagnostic tool as well, one should begin to capture what are the activities that cities do towards changing behavior regarding water. Sir at NMCG had, built these local networks of volunteers and local communities that actually became, so to speak, friends of the Ganga, right? And acted on behalf of the larger civil society to be the interface with the river, so to speak. But that needs to be multiplied manyfold across the urban sector. I think geography will have to be acknowledged. I believe the framework that currently exists was created in Australia or by Australian scholars. And whilst Australia does have a diversity of landscapes and so on, mainly their cities are coastal cities. Our cities are in the Himalayan belt. They are coastal. They are in arid regions. They are in plateau regions. They are in a very vast and riverine cities as well. So just that diversity must be somehow reflected in the framework. Having said all of that, how does a framework help? It is mentioned that this is a diagnostic as well as a framework that helps you to sort of recommend action, right? And it's also a benchmarking. I would really caution against the benchmarking aspect. Benchmarking works very negatively for cities that don't do well on the rating. It works very negatively, primarily because our political economy is not tilted in any case towards cities, right? It's only in 2050 that urban voters will overtake rural voters. Today, it's rural voters that decide. They don't really care about what happens in cities, basically, and nor does the political class. So benchmarking creates hierarchies which then lead to preferences being shown in terms of who gets money and what kind of allocations get done. And it works very negatively for a lot of our cities. Also for the cities which are just becoming cities, those class 6 towns, right? 5,000 population. And there's a rapid growth in those, but because they are small in number, in terms of population, they're not acknowledged. So we celebrate the fact that 40% of our, our population is covered in the sort of class 1 range. But the fact is that the rural to urban migration, which actually has slowed down, is basically happening at that scale, right? And most migration today is interstate. It's intrastate, it's not interstate. So it's really villages becoming towns and small towns, people moving to larger towns and then onwards. How does one do the adaptation at that scale, right? Where, as per the Praja Foundation studies, you may well have, it's a peculiar thing to do, but when they looked at number of municipal employees available in the municipality, they actually have negative numbers as well. In some municipalities, it goes below 0. In terms of numbers per 1,000 population. So it's that resource constraint. तो वहां कैसे करेंगे? वहां एडेप्टेशन कैसे होगा? वहां वो स्वेल कैसे बनेंगे जहां समझ ही नहीं है और लैंड एलोकेशन है नहीं, and master plans aren't available. On the master plan subject, to come back to that dogma I mentioned, local area plans have not been made in any city in the country. They are in the dogma of planning, local, zonal, land use plan for the city, zonal plans and local area plans. Delhi ne bhi nahi kiya, Mumbai ne bhi nahi kiya, kisi ne nahi kiya. Local area plan is where the rubber hits the road with regard to precisely the water sensitive city. Macro level, in any case, you're constrained. So if you have a city like Delhi with Yamuna, okay, Yamuna mein aap kar sakte hain, kafi kuch, lekin fir kya? Rohini mein kya karenge, right? So how does the local area plan actually acknowledge all of this? I'm sorry, I'm taking a little long, but I'll quickly conclude. So when we talk about the response to the water sensitive planning and so on, it leads to always a very intractable problem in our system of governing cities is procurement. How do I procure the eco services, or for that matter, even the products and goods that I need in order to even execute a lot of this, right? And that is a very important factor. And in fact, the organization I now work with, we are working on the greening of public procurement, because the government is the biggest procurer. And actually by tweaking procurement, you achieve a huge gain. And we are looking at just the greening from climate change perspective, but we must look at procurement systems. Today, we have a situation where there are 100 smart cities, out of which I've heard, and this is anecdotal, 1/3 still don't have planners in the team because the planners are not available. It's year 7 of the mission. Planners nahi available, country mein. So where are the environmental designers, planners, experts that will help us to implement all of this? A couple of last points. So I think we should also keep in mind, like the Amrut mission does, that it provided funds for water supply systems, but within that, there were 2 sort of categories of funding. One was for source development, and then for the network development. And both these pose very different issues with regard to water sensitivity, right? Source development being in some cities, bringing water from 150 kilometers away. That was an allocation under Amrut. And in other cities, it was different. Some cities were depending on lakes. And then the network development is quite another issue, right? And that's where local area planning comes into play, where you can begin to build the recycling and bioremediation and so on into the plan. So we should keep that in mind as well. I think in the context of climate change, energy implications are very crucial. Cities currently have trouble paying their electricity bills, even for pumping systems that currently exist for their water supply networks. In fact, a lot of water or optimal levels of water supply are not delivered at the end of the pipe because pumping systems are failing, right? They're not able to pay the electricity bill. Pumps are old. So let's keep that sort of technological and costs associated with that technology also in mind. And with regard to funds, the fact that we have states where parastatals actually manage all of this, it might be an opportunity. In a state like UP, if UP Jal Nigam adopts your water sensitive framework, which I believe Sir and Manuji and others who work with UP, you have also worked in UP, you can influence them. This is the right time to influence them. Then then it can have impact at scale. And I think that is something that should definitely be thought about. And in that context, the pooled method of implementation, pooled finance, asking smaller towns to actually come together and develop schemes, which again, Dipinder, you're quite familiar with, should be looked at. And last but not the least, I should say that, and this is because, again, going back to conversations in Srinagar, where we also had Mr. G.N. Kasba, who was the commissioner of Srinagar when the flood happened in Srinagar, was fascinating to actually have, and this wasn't the first time I had that discussion with him, but to have that discussion again about how the post-flood impacts, they very carefully made sure that they learned the lessons. So because he was the commissioner, he narrates the story of how those lessons were absorbed by the corporation and by the civil society as well. And today they're a little stronger from that experience, whether it's regard to encroachments and, basically being more mindful, or about really supporting the corporation with anything related to water infrastructure, and diversion canals, whatever. So not that one wants anybody to have to face a disaster, but the framework should take into account, given the peculiarities of the Indian subcontinent and the Indo-Gangetic plain, especially, and the chances of, say, in places like Bihar, as Gorakhpur is one of the few cities that has, thanks to the Rockefeller Foundation, been working on this, but where flooding is actually not such a rare one in 100 years phenomenon. So is the city adapting while it deals with the crisis that recurs? And I think the framework should encourage that broader learning and data gathering and researching environment where local universities and centers become part of this water sensitivity that you're trying to promote. Thank you.
I think after Jagan has spoken, I will only have to rephrase most of what he has said. But anyway, it's my understanding that the population of India may stabilize around 2045 at about 1900 to 2000 million. But urbanization is not going to stop at that time. We are still going to proceed with urbanization. Now, that is landing us into a situation where we have many cities which are brownfield situations, which have not had the benefit of planning. They have come up in a different era. But we are also going to have a lot of greenfield development where there is a lot of scope to do things differently. Now, it's my impression or my understanding that brownfield development will probably require more of technical solutions, whereas greenfield areas may be able to accommodate more of planning solutions. The planners, the other point which Jagan had made, that a lot of the class 6 cities are not having any kind of planning solutions or even any planning administration. Now these villages, and the last census had been conducted in 2011, and we have not had our 2021 census. Many of the villages which were almost at class 6 level, they are all village towns in embryonic form. They'll all be moving up, and how we are going to address these, I think that we need to look at. Now, we also have reached the limit of our exploitation of surface water resources. And even I think the groundwater resources are now being almost, we are touching rock bottom in many areas. Now, we must therefore look at another, how do we look at our local resources in a more careful fashion? Can we consider, in terms of water resources and envelope planning, that an area or an urbanism is, told to manage within a given set of resources which may be locally available. That will be, it will force a lot of thinking in terms of how can we be more efficient. Have we, as planners, we would deal with land, but on the technology side, we would have to deal with efficiency. We would have to deal with recycling. How can we multiply those resources and use them over and over again? Again, as planners, I think we would need to look at adequate space regulations for NBS solutions, because NBS solutions do require more land. But I don't think there is any, planning for such norms. So we need to, the planning departments need to look at how we can, in our new bylaws, in our planning norms, where is the scope for NBS solutions? How can we enable them? I would also like to draw attention to another aspect, and that is that we in our urban planning must introduce, space for urban forests. And there's a reason for that. Rainfall patterns are also changing. I can give an example from Delhi itself, that many times clouds may form, but the observation of the last few years is that rain may not take place because of the rising heat. The condensation does not take place. But go a little away from the city, it does happen. The southern ridge has been forested, and now the number of rainy days over there has vastly increased, whereas the number of rainy days in most urban areas are declining. Adequate urban forests may be a means to reverse such a situation, because rain is the primary source of water, whether it becomes surface water, whether it becomes groundwater. But without rain, there is no water. So I think we should go to that fundamental. We should look at, that thing. Then supply side planning is what we are always looking at. Demand management and efficiency, these perhaps may not fall in the planner's remit, but they fall under technical solutions. And there are many, I won't go into any details of that. But I think it's very important that we look at the demand side as well, how to manage that. Again, coming to, back to the role as a planner, what is actually urbanization? It is colonization of the watershed. And when we colonize the watershed, we must respect the drainage pattern. We must look at the topography. We must look at the watersheds of our, hydrological elements like lakes, small tributaries. At one time, I believe all these nalas which we have in Delhi, they were perennial. So I think we need to look at that. We also, on the technical side, we also need to look at the de-sealing of concretized surfaces. Right now, a lot of, road improvements are being done in Delhi. And I'm aghast to find that we are continuing to completely seal the surfaces. So on the one hand, the left hand is not knowing what the right hand does. And as the, monsoon will set, and we'll again start talking about rainwater harvesting. Now, again, yet another technical solution side thing, and that is, you see, in the Malice and Nirmal Yamuna case, which was done in NGT, there was an all India order. That order was that no urban stormwater drain is to be sealed. The bed cannot be sealed, because that is one of the major, one of the areas left, which has a soft surface, which enables, groundwater recharge. Now, this is an all India order, but, most of our orders are, respected in the breach, because what I'm finding is that there is a great deal of pushback to court orders for, trying to implement some of these environmentally useful things. I would also like to emphasize on the role of building bylaws. Now, what is happening is that our bylaws are getting modified under pressure of real estate. Commercial considerations are pushing development. And so where we used to allow 2.5 stories, now we allow almost 5 stories. But more than that, what is happening is there's no soft area left, even within the house plots. Front setbacks are decreasing, and with the, the way things are implemented on the ground, because our regulation is very poor, that 10 feet also becomes 5 feet. On the rear side, there's nothing. So where is the recharge surface, right? So we must look at, the building bylaws as well. Now, what has been done is irreversible, but what is to be done can perhaps be taken care of. I would also like to, talk about floodplains. Now, floodplains are also being colonized. Mishra Saab, as you know, that there was this PIL which we had filed for the encroachment of the floodplain in Patna, which gets inundated everywhere. Now, gradually, it's moving forward in Supreme Court, and now you can, that the Ganga authorities order was passed in 2016, October 7. Now, as a result of this PIL, which is going on in the Supreme Court, the Bihar government, they have passed a new Bihar Building Bylaws Amendment Order 2022, which is allowing you to build within 25 meters to 15 meters of the active river channel. Now, the question in the Supreme Court is, can a state amendment that to subsequently override a central notification? So this is the kind of pushback that is taking place. Another example I can give of this is that, the Najafgarh Jheel area, we all know it's subject to liquefaction. It's an area of inundation for long. We have maps from 1807 which show it. But market forces are acting, whereas nobody is considering the water resource sustainability. So the land use pattern of the city must respect these things. But unfortunately, planning has become, about regularizing the irregular, to bend the law to accommodate irreversible situations, which may also have electoral considerations. So I think this is all I can say at the moment.
That was very helpful to get your comments from the panelists. Quickly, 5-10 minutes, we can take some questions. Please, sir.
Please.
Yeah, please. Yes.
One of the guiding and mandatory document for city development and leading the pathway for the city. So isn't it a better idea to create a plugins of these frameworks, guideline and tools for master plan rather than creating it in individual silos and under the missions? So we can use these framework guidelines as a plugin for master plan so that it is easier for the city also to implement it on ground. Because during the interaction with the cities, we have faced that there is a human resource problem which is mainly focused on individual aspects of water, solid waste, and other administrative and official work of the city development. So is it a better idea to amalgamate all these initiatives as a plugin into the master plan? And if is it so, then what are the hindrances? Why it is not done that way? So that is my question.
Well, my response would be that, as I pointed out, that real estate is ruling the roost. Okay, so what, if you want, how many of our ponds and wetlands, they have disappeared? Why? Because as water, they don't convert into money, but once they are filled, they mean crores. So we can certainly have all these, toolboxes and plug them into the, but I don't think people are really listening to planners. That's my understanding, that most urban planners are, see, we all knew about 10 years ago who was the commissioner planning DDA. For the last few years, I don't even know the name.
That is the enforcement part of it. I'm talking about the planning part of it, that how can it be integrated at a city level?
Maybe you can answer that.
No, I think it's nice that that we're asking this question because as per the Niti Aayog study that they did on planning, urban planning capacity, one of the things they did was take stock of how many master plans exist, right? And I believe the number was like 43 or 47, right? So we're talking about just 500 Amrut cities and 4,041 as per the 2011 census cities in the country, but actually probably more. So what do you plug into? Well, right. Yeah, it's a rhetorical question. So, if there is no master plan, what can you plug into? So if the planning framework itself is not complete, then it's not a question of plugging in, but actually and possibly an opportunity to direct the way in which planning happens. But for that, the planning norms will need to be affected. The plug-in, I'm somewhat skeptical, simply because, it's like the die is cast the moment that a land use plan is prepared, right? So plug-in is very difficult, right? So if you were, for instance, if you were to take the Nazafgarh drain, and frankly, the Mahua is even looking at what to do with the Nazafgarh drain from a sort of urban planning perspective. What would you do when there is built up area, not just 25 meters, but even less distant from the edge of the water, right? What do you do if you had to remediate the water in that, or to even improve the flood management aspects of that drain? I don't know if you're aware that all of Gurgaon's sewage also flows into, right? So you're dealing with a very vast territory that drains into that one drain. How do you do that? How do you do the plug-in, right? There was a very ambitious plan to do that near Moti Nagar, right? DDA had, if you see the drawings, they're really beautiful. DLF prepared them, when they were building DLF Capital Greens. None of it got implemented. There were these wonderful natural features, but the space doesn't exist. And if the irrigation department owns the space, it won't give it. The municipalities don't own the land, right? So the plug-in is a nice idea, but I believe would be very difficult to implement.
As we are preparing URMP for the city, and so we have shifted partially to an idea that we are creating a master plan which is reverse considered. So either URMP or a reverse considered master plan. If this one, we are trying to plug in the reverse sensitivity into the master plan. So it can be replicated for other aspects.
So I would just suggest, rather than looking at it as plug-in, think of it as a paradigm. It's actually a paradigm shift. To think in terms of green-blue infrastructure is a complete shift away from our current ideologies of planning. And I don't believe that will change, while it may show some gains in some places, and we could showcase those, but it won't spread.
Any other question, or then Rajiv? Please keep it short, please.
Alka, I'm coming from Ahmedabad. My question is about the term which you used. I borrow that. You talked about urban landscapes, not only urban areas or cities. So that means that when we think of water, we have to, what Dipinder also talked about in his presentation, that we have to consider rural areas also. So my question is, cities are bringing in water from faraway places and giving the wastewater back to villages. In our national policy now, we say that the charges would be procured from the user of wastewater. So in this case, is rural area supposed to pay for the wastewater which they are going to use?
Let's take Sarit's question also, then we can talk about
it. My question is to Manu Bhatnagar, sir. Is it like you rightly mentioned about commercial considerations sort of, override whatever is the logical step to undertake? And I've come from Bangalore, the recent floods were an example of that. But at the same time, I think I heard morning Alok sir from NMCG also mentioned that when you overall take care of your ecosystem, water bodies, overall that place, it changes dramatically. And that he was in his example, he was stating how the value of that place increases, overall economic potential increases. So there are these two extremes, right? One is commercial considerations ruining the way it should be actually done. But at the same time, if you take care of your environment, it also helps in overall increase in value of your place. So what's the more overriding thing that would happen? The former, what you mentioned, or what Alok sir said happens?
See, in the short run, what I think I said is what's going to happen. In the long term, what you are saying is desirable. I'll just illustrate in the case of the Najafgarh Jheel itself. Now, there are a lot of private lands in the wetland area, which are owned by the farmers. Now, the farmers feel that those who were on uplands, they got crores of rupees from the real estate people. Why can't we get it? Right? And we are trying to tell them that you cannot get it because just like if somebody's land is on the highway, they'll command more money. Whereas those who are on a bylane cannot expect the same thing. But your Abadi areas, that is the village settlement, that is outside the water zone. So if the jheel forms, then the value of your properties will go up. Okay. So in the short run, I don't think people will listen to this because everybody wants to collect the money immediately. But yes, in the long term, land values can rise provided the ecology is respected, the the landscape is beautified in a ecological pattern and hydrological pattern, not just concretized. But you see, all that gain will go to several people, whereas the immediate gain comes to a few individuals. So I feel that what will happen in the short run is not what will happen in the long run. Hopefully, wisdom will prevail and there will be a more positive outlook. Now, coming to Alka's question, I think Jagan will also answer it, but there's one aspect which I thought I should address. And that is, you see, even cities are part of river basins. And the city's water requirement is part of the basin's water budget. Okay. The basin's water is divided between domestic usage, between irrigation requirements and industry, the three main requirements, but also for maintaining the minimum flow of the river. That is a new requirement. Now, so the city also has to behave as part of the basin. A city cannot say, like Delhi is, an overwhelming presence in the Yamuna basin. But, Delhi must also, if Delhi were to recycle more, then I think we would have, a different kind of water budget in the basin. So I think cities must also respect the basin in which they are placed. But again, coming back to that real estate question, because, the Najafgarh Jheel is being eyed by the real estate of Gurgaon. Now, what do they plan to do? They want to divert all the sewage which they are sending. They want to send it away for agriculture. Fine. But right now, how does Gurgaon get its water? It picks up water of the Yamuna at Okla barrage, takes it through the Gurgaon canal and returns it to Yamuna through the Najafgarh drain, right? But now if it's going to be a one-way flow only, no return, then you can imagine what Yamuna is going to be and how the impact, the impact on the river will be. So, my point was that we must respect the basin in which we are situated. Yours.
Thanks. So just I'll offer whatever little I can on that subject about grey water being supplied to, say, farmers. I don't believe we don't have any seriously well-documented examples that we can look at. So, we are in a sense speaking in the air. But having said that, the cost is actually the conveyance cost. Clearly, the grey water per se is not what you're assigning the cost to, but the cost of conveying it and delivering it at where it is required, say fields, or till now, I believe, sir, please correct me, the only recycling that we've done as such is in Nagpur with the NTPC plant outside Nagpur, taking the grey water from the Nagpur STPs and paying for the tertiary treatment themselves. They only get the supply of the secondary treated water, but they paid towards the building the network, not the network, but the line that brings the water to them. So it's extremely expensive, mainly because land is involved in between. You need right of way. So now the question about, are we expecting them to pay for it, right? And in fact, interestingly enough, this issue hangs fire because the Prime Minister in 2014 had already recommended that grey water from cities should be used, and we still haven't cracked the problem. But it's not easy for us today in the political economy of the country to say that it should be given free. It is not possible because there's already a lot being given free, and there is a lot of pushback now about further adding to, which it's essentially it'll be a burden on the state, right? If it's given free, because you're paying from the exchequer for that delivery of the water, which doesn't quite make sense, right? If you do not charge for it.
We'll have to break for the before that. Rajiv ji also wants to say.
But I wanted to also respond on the real estate point. I think it's interesting what you ask, because currently in most cities in the country, leaving aside cities like Bombay, which is doing it at a very different scale, we don't exploit our riverfronts or waterfronts. Basically, we just don't, and that's a very peculiar thing. In Delhi's case, the city turns its back on the Nazafgarh drain. So in fact, in the 2041 master plan, there are recommendations for changing the land use norms so that buildings can now face the nalas. Because if they face the nalas, then there will be the demand for greening the nala, making cycle tracks, building a completely different relationship with those water bodies. But that has to be kept in mind. We actually neglect waterfronts in our cities by and large. Even in Bhopal, interestingly, most of Bhopal,
I think just I will tell one or two things, because I wanted to say a lot of things, but time is not there. And all of you have anyway covered so much that there is nothing for me. Few things from this thing, I think, and the questions also came about the debate about short run, long run. In NMCG, and I think you will be happy to know that reuse of treated wastewater, the numbers, I think it has really scaled up in last 2-3 years. So I think it's not just Nagpur. I think in Ganga basin also it's happening, and certainly Gujarat, it is really very high. In fact, Prime Minister in the National Ganga Council meeting in 2019, because it's very close to him, so he was very clearly saying that how much he asked Power Minister, how much you have actually purchased. And that was the thing that we were still struggling with the guidelines and clearing because I was there, and then actually after that review, there was a lot more seriousness and several things happened. So I think that's happening. But the point is, there was a lot of discussion about behavioral change, you also said, and everywhere. But let's ask, the moment we say behavioral change, we think of the people. They are not giving land for payment. There's a protest. I think this all happen. But I think, and that is a very big challenge, but that is something where you really sincerely try, things start changing. I think you mentioned about Ganga Prahari, several things which happened. But perhaps I think people in this room, we need to change first. Because this management of water or water sensitive approach, this has never been the priority. And that's why we are in this kind of situation. I mean, there was a discussion about master plan. First of all, we don't have master plan. Similarly, when we started NMCG, the STP, first of all, there is no capacity. There is a gap. Then you fill up the gap, it does not work. The utilization problem is there. And then some misuse is also happening, because we are also very, very creative people. We know how to break rules very easily. So I think we find all those things. So that happens. Now, looking back, so when we look at these kind of programs, and that was one of the reason, I think this is not one of the very regular thing which NMCG does. I mean, primarily, traditionally, we were funding the STPs and then more on the pollution thing. But only looking at pollution has to be tackled. Only looking at that is not going to solve. Because unless in your plan, when you do a new colony, when you expand your city, and city will be expanding, unless you incorporate these things, and that's why in morning I said all solutions you have to see what is the most appropriate for that thing and then move it. And that's why when you look at urban river management plan, if you look at or water sensitive design, it's not limited to planning for land, which typically happened in the master plan. It's planning for water, planning for other kinds of forestry. Very typically nowadays we call green blue infrastructure, and several of the terms we keep on using. I feel that what you said about once in 100-year flood and all that, and people take it for granted, this is changing. Because flooding, I think whether it is Chennai or Bangalore and all that, having more frequent. So I think due to climate change, something which was 100-year or 50-year will become sometimes, will come twice in a 5-year term. So this is a kind of problem, but perhaps this is also an opportunity for us to change the behavior, not of the general public, that is anyway needed, but the decision makers. Because I think this is the time we should approach with that now you should be careful about becoming water sensitive. Look at your rainfall. And I think Manu and we work on a committee on water heritage structures in the country. I think Jal Shakti Ministry has done. I think we'll talk to you also and get some ideas. I think rainwater harvesting is not a new thing which bylaws have to enforce. This was part of our tradition. Go to some of the old temples, old buildings. They did rainwater harvesting. Those kunds were there basically with the temples which were doing rainwater harvesting, and they were thriving. We knew how to survive in Jaisalmer with less than 200 millimeter of rainfall. But I think we have to do that. We have to learn from all these things what Deepender told us about the global north or the Denmark example. So I think yes, something to be picked up. That idea is very nice, that road divider, why can't we drain is a road divider? You build huge things. And then certain things, the fascination for concrete, any city you go, I think as you were saying, I mean, we can easily leave some small patches to get, I mean, that's a very simple thing. But what happens, and you are looking at the green procurement, I think it's again, I mean, many of you, if you are in the city, you will like to do it, but there is nothing very clear code for procurement on the nature-based solution. When I was working in housing ministry, we brought so many new technology, and then we thought that why they remain only at the pilot stage, because they are not part of the SOR, they are not part of the CPWD code. So we have started, I think you were there in the ministry, we have started putting them in the CPWD code, some of the technology. So at least the state government engineers can say the CPWD isko follow kar raha hai, so we can also follow. So I think that there's so many things. So basically we have to work at the general public, but we have to work with the stakeholders, capacity of municipality that also came, I think, and changing the mindset of the decision makers, the top level people. Because once Prime Minister says about reuse, then I think now this year we released the national framework on reuse of creative industry. The work started because of that thing. And he was very unhappy, showing that this is a mission mode में काम करना नहीं है. ये पॉलिसी 2015-16 में आई और 2019 में हम अभी पॉलिसी को ठीक कर रहे हैं. कितना आपने एक्चुअली खरीदा? He asked 2-3 times. And it was very inconvenient for the ministries to face. And I think uske baad se hum log lag gaye, but it's not very easy. We had several meetings. But the thing is what NMCG has done, perhaps initiated with the Ganga basin, and something has happened. We had some money, some resources, so we triggered it. Now the challenge will be, because I think River City Alliance and CSE, you people have reached for the entire country. And then the idea is that actually throw these ideas and then try to expand. This project will bring a lot of toolkits, lot of these kind of material will come, and I'm happy that it's making progress. So that's one of the reasons why I spent so much of time to basically listen and see all these things. But the thing is, in NMCG also, and in the Housing and Urban Affairs Ministry, in NIU also, we should all think that how to scale it up, how to get into some of the guidelines of the ministry. Something is happening, I think, to tell you, Mission Amrut 2.0, the guidelines have for the first time made some provision for the urban water bodies. I mean, their protection, conservation, rejuvenation. But I think your point number 4, place making and beautification, look beyond. That is necessary. Because I don't want that money to be used by the cities because they don't have the right water sensitive thinking. Then they will do a good compound wall along the Kund. You ask that water body whether they require that. I mean, the water body will never ask for the compound wall. The citizen may need, they may not need. They need biodiversity, they make green fencing, they may need more greenery, and the natural species which should be there. But if we don't ask them what is really required by the nature, if we don't learn from them, but we do something, because we must go, I think Yamuna riverfront, because of NGT order and all that, still there is a lot more eco-friendly development of the riverfront, because in a principal committee we never allowed any building, anything to be constructed, but a lot of damage has already happened. I mean, we all know that. So I think similarly, like you talked about NGT and floodplain, it's a running battle with Bihar, because Bihar says that if you look at this floodplain zonation, almost our entire city has been on the floodplain. So I think that may be correct, but this 25-50 meter is really something very, very objectionable. So when UP and Uttarakhand has done floodplain zonation, because our authority order plus NGT order also supported it. In fact, in Agra, some of the riverfront apartments were stopped also because of our report that's coming in the floodplain. But again, everywhere NGT, everyone cannot go. I think why it does not become the norm of the authorities who are in the municipal level? Why someone has to go to NGT and then NGT gets a report from NMCG and stops that project? How many projects will stop like that? That's the question before us. Do we really have that water sensitive? Do we want to protect our water or not? And this has been there. Say, I will close because the life of a river, and why we say river means all water, because river is not alone, it's the entire ecosystem. I think the idea is the life of a river is lakhs of years. We think in 100 years is also, I mean, not many will live for 100 years, but for 20 years, suppose there is no water and this thing, we feel that, okay, there is nothing we can build over it. But the life of a river is, I mean, it's like not even a day in its life. So it takes back its land, it takes back its water. So I think that's why I think this should play upon these things, and this climate change and all these disasters perhaps will give us little trigger to sell this idea, to convince the decision makers that, yeah, I think we have to be serious about water. And it's happening that the kind of discussion about water and then the kind of campaign Jal Shakti Abhiyan, this and that has actually brought a change. Now you see in the Smart City Mission or Amrit Mission, I think rainwater harvesting, catch the rain, all these things are getting into their program. So I think certainly water is gaining, but I am very clear, I am very realistic. We have a long way to go. What positive thing we are seeing is not going to be enough. So that's also very, very clear. So, okay, I think we have exceeded completely beyond your.
Thank you, sir. We wanted you to also address, so I think this became part of the session itself. I would like to thank all the panelists for your time. It was actually very, yeah. And we can please join us for tea, and any questions you can, continue asking. Yeah, and this. So I'm still consulting with one time, the most recent I'm actually creating a new center for cities.
एक बार बाहर से बुलाया. Everyone, please come back to your seats. Shall I start, sir? Okay. So, CAC is also developing a practitioner guide on decentralized wastewater management, which will help practitioners to plan and design the decentralized systems at various scales. Okay. So we will discuss the content, what we are including in the practitioner guide. It is under draft stage currently, and we will be finalizing it soon. So before coming to the content of practitioner guide, I would like to take you through some basic principles and understanding of decentralized wastewater management, because few people were asking that how it is different from centralized STPs and all. So if you look at the approaches, different approaches are there to manage the wastewater generated from our toilets, households. So one we are aware of is centralized conventional sewage treatment plants. Okay, and we convey our wastewater generating from the toilets through centralized sewer to the STPs at peripheral area of the town. Another one is decentralized wastewater management approach, in which we build a decentralized STP at near to the source and treat and reuse our wastewater. So it can be directly connected to the toilet through a simplified sewer or small bore sewer system, or it can the waste from toilet can collected into the containment system, and supernatant can go to the decentralized system. And the sludge part can be decanted through the honeysucker or desludging truck, and it can be delivered to the FSTP, or either FSTP or it can be co-treated at the sewage treatment plant. So in our guide, we have developed this decision matrix tree for sanitation solutions, where you can adopt an appropriate solution for your wastewater management. So this depends on few factors like density, water table, and existing infrastructure for wastewater management, etc. So which approach, like on-site sanitation systems is there, and then decentralized approach is there, centralized conventional approach is there. So which approach is favorable in what condition? You can get the appropriate solution from this decision-making tree. Okay, so till now we were focused on centralized STPs only. We were building the huge infrastructures and treating our wastewater. So, but there are a lot of problems with centralized STPs. Operation maintenance is a major concern. We build the infrastructures, we commission the STPs, but we can't sustain them because we are failing in the operation and maintenance and monitoring part. Then we are in centralized approach, we are majorly focusing on infrastructure development, and we neglect the environmental sustainability part and operation maintenance and long-term sustainability. The centralized systems or conventional systems can't cater whole population, whole town. So we should look at decentralized solutions as well, and on-site solutions as well. Centralized STPs are managed by governing body or UTBs or Jal Nigam, Jal Sansthan. But decentralized, we see major community involvement is there, and institutions, the institutional management can maintain the decentralized STPs. So these are some challenges. In interest of time, I'll just skip some slides. Okay, so in nutshell, if I talk about the conventional system, what we do for water supply, for drinking purposes, we need water, but we have limited sources in our cities. Then what we do, we bring water from outside into the city by investing our finances, our efforts. We built huge pumping stations, huge water supply lines, etc. And then we use it, we flush it, and we again take it through huge infrastructures like sewer systems to the peripheral area of the town, and we treat it. But what we are doing here, we are just investing our money, investing our efforts, but we are neglecting the community needs, ecological needs. We are not much focusing on the environmental sustainability here. So what we need a sustainable solution which caters to the community needs as well as ecological needs. So decentralized wastewater management, it can be done by nature-based solutions, by electromechanical, and many of the technologies we are using in centralized solutions can also be used in decentralized way. In decentralized, what we do, we can collect it, we can treat it near to the source and reuse the treated water for our non-potable purposes. Decentralized bridges the gap between on-site sanitation systems and centralized systems. So we can't neglect this. We can't ignore this approach. We need to focus on all the approaches, because one approach can't cater to the whole town or whole city. So Deepen sir was talking about the water sensitive cities, water sensitive urban design and planning. Decentralized is also considered as a component of WSUDP, water sensitive urban design and planning. Coming to the advantages and strengths of decentralized wastewater treatment systems. Why we need to adopt this? Why not to go with the centralized solutions only? Because it helps in cutting the length of pipeline. We don't need to go with lateral sewers, branch sewers, then trunk sewer, main sewer. There are so many sewers in centralized system. In decentralized way, what we need only a 4-inch and 6-inch pipe, which considered as a simplified sewer or a small bore sewer. We can convey our wastewater through that to a decentralized STP. We can treat that and reuse it near to the source. It will help us in reducing our wastewater consumption. It reduces the carbon footprint because we can use nature-based solutions like ABR system, constructed wetland system, etc., oxidation pond. These are some options, and many technologies are there in the market. We have analyzed and considered 8 to 10 technologies in our guide. You can find a few case studies also at the different scales. Decentralized systems need less capex and O&M efforts. It doesn't require highly skilled laborers. It can be, it mimics the nature, and we can treat 1 cubic meter to 1,000 cubic meter of wastewater through decentralized systems. After that, it will be like if we are connecting lot of decentralized sewers, then it will be considered as a centralized system. Okay, so comparing the decentralized and centralized systems, these are some factors by which we can compare easily how decentralized is better than centralized system. So we are considering treatment technologies, we are considering O&M efforts, we are considering financial factors, reuse options, etc. So decentralized, here you can see decentralized requires very low capex, very low O&M efforts, and the technologies we can use nature-based systems. We don't require chemical adapted or electromechanical components. If we talk about the scales on which we can apply the decentralized systems, there are different land uses: public toilets, hospitals, single houses, community, and parks and open spaces as well. And as Nidhi ma'am was saying in the session, that we can rejuvenate the lakes by implementing the decentralized solutions at the banks. These are some favorable situations where we can implement the decentralized system, where the O&M is required and improvements are required in the existing sanitation systems, where the existing sewer systems are not present, and where we have reuse potential. So these are some favorable situations. And if we have in a town, the population is not much in like density is very less and it is sparse, then we can go with the decentralized systems, because investing for centralized will not be feasible. This we have just analyzed in our guide, and some key facts are there about the technology. This is the economical study of ABR based DVATs, in which you can see the capex, capital expenditures is decreasing with increasing in the capacity. Okay, so civil construction, what we see, if we have more like a large number or large volume of the wastewater, then we will go with the bigger infrastructure, and then our capex will be reduced. So 1 to 8 KLD capacity of decentralized system requires 1.2 to 1.5 lakh per KLD, wherein if we have beyond 30 KLD, then it will require 40,000 to 60,000 rupees per KLD. So this you can relate to the capex and opex as well. Okay, so why we are talking about the decentralized systems? Why we are not focusing on only on centralized systems? Because SBM Amrut, these are the flagship schemes which are also talking about the decentralized systems. In phase 1 of SBM, there was no separate fund was earmarked for the wastewater or used water management. But in phase 2, there is a separate budget for this used water management. SBM is also saying that there is a money for treating the used water, wastewater in the towns less than 1 lakh population. So there is a fund for wastewater management, and it can be done through decentralized systems. Yeah. So coming to the guide part, in 2013, we have developed a practitioner guide and manual for decentralized wastewater management. So in view of transferring the latest knowledge to the practitioners and users, we are developing this updated guide and practitioner guide for users. So in our previous guide, there were some basic principles, basic understanding of DVATs, and case examples, best management practices from different scales. But here in this practitioner guide, what we are providing is, we are providing the procedure for planning and designing, and O&M and policy and guideline informations are there, so that people can relate it and people can design and plan by themselves. In this practitioner guides, users will get to know about myths and facts, that what we need to do for decentralized system, what should not be done. These are the contents you can see here. So we are starting with basic understanding of decentralized wastewater management, and then planning, designing aspects are there. We are giving some examples how to plan a decentralized system for park, how to plan and design a decentralized system for drains, how to design it for institutional buildings, how to design it for commercial buildings, etc. So there are so many examples in the guide. You can you can relate it with your context, and then you can plan for decentralized systems. Okay, so in nutshell, I would like to say that we should not consider wastewater as a liability. We should consider it as a resource. This is my final statement. There are some questions for panelists. So now I would like to invite panelists, Mr. Avinash. Okay, sure. Okay, so now my colleague Sumita Singhal will deliver a session on co-treatment of septage with sewage. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Jyoti, for the presentation. And in this presentation, I'm going to speak, or I'm going to talk about the research which we conducted in 31 priority towns of Ganga basin in UP. So this is actually a research report which I'm going to put forward for your reviews, comments, and suggestions, if any. So structure of the presentation is, I will tell about the study area, the priority towns, objective and research methodology, why co-treatment of fecal sludge is important for with the wastewater, and the status of sewage and sanitation infrastructure in the study towns, assessment of co-treatment potential in the cities having STPs, septic treatment in the cities which does not have any sort of FSTPs or co-treatment, and the septic treatment in the cities which have existing or proposed FSTPs and co-treatment to check the viability, whether it is really viable in the STP or not. And then followed with the conclusion way forward. So let me talk first about the Ganga priority towns. What are the Ganga priority towns? Priority towns are those towns which are situated on the bank of river Ganges and which has the high priority in terms of Namami Gange mandate, because these are the towns from where maximum pollution load is getting discharged into the river Ganga. So these are the priority towns where even the NMCG also want to work on the priority basis. For this study, I have taken only the case of Uttar Pradesh, where we have 31 priority towns. And if you see the classification of these priority towns, 10 of the towns falls under class 1 category, while 11 falls under class 2 category, and under class 3 category we have 8 towns, and the class 4 only 2 towns. So majority of the towns are situated are classified under class 1, class 2. Total population is approximately 84 lakhs plus. Wastewater generation is around 1000 MLD, and septic generation calculated on very conservative figures is around 1200 KLD, which I think is not correct one, but still to come up with some of the conclusions, we think that yes, this can be the method possible. Otherwise, we can go for the other methods, that the emptying basis can be also taken into the consideration. Or if I suggest the town to town, we should do a survey to understand what actually the septic generation in the town is. So research methodology is, in the stage 1, we did the assessment of the sewage and septic treatment facility in the town, what is present there. For this, we did the primary survey, secondary research, and literature review. And for the secondary research, we did consider the service level benchmarks from the cities. We have also consulted with the sanitation profile, which is available from the NMCG. So those were the few things which we did for the secondary research. For primary survey, our team went to the towns, these 31 towns, and collected the on-site information from the STPs. For stage 2, we did the analysis, on desk analysis, for which we conducted, or we gathered all the data. We did the analysis to understand where are the gaps, or where are the gaps available, where there is an opportunity to co-treat the septic, co-treatment of the septic in the sewage treatment plant. In the stage 3, we did in the stage 3, we analyzed further whether the existing FSTP or co-treatment which is proposed in few of the cities is actually fitting into the STP, can be done in the STP or not. So that viability check was done. And stage 4, for the towns which did not have any sort of, or which does not have any sort of infrastructure as now, either in the existing phase or in the proposed phase, what can be the possible solution there? So that I have already mentioned that we did collect the database from the primary research by using the detailed checklist. And also we did the calculation based on the co-treatment potential, which is already a set method, which even the Alliance has also, come up with the calculation with their newly released co-treatment report. Apart from that, I also refer to the NIUA manuals, which already has established the calculation method for the co-treatment potential, and the previous report of Center for Science and Environment, wherein we did the assessment for the Bharwara STP, was also considered for this purpose. So understanding once that why the co-treatment of fecal sludge with wastewater is important. So co-treatment is what? Co-treatment is the treatment of septages or septages and fecal sludge with the sewage. And this is done when there is the availability of the idle capacity, either in the hydraulic load or in the organic load in the STPs. So therein we have the chance to treat the septages so that the septage is not being discharged into the rivers, or for the village, the cities which are the certain pockets of the cities which are still not connected to the sewage treatment plant, their septage can be treated in those STPs. And it's an important parameter to achieve the goal of SDG 6.2 and also mentioned under SBM 2.0. This is a little, scientific part that why we should understand the co-treatment potential before doing the co-treatment, because sewage and septage has different characteristics, wherein septage is, several times, 10 to 100 times higher in the solid concentration, as well as the biochemical oxygen demand, chemical oxygen demand, nitrogen, pathogens, and particularly helminths. So for that purpose, before doing any mixing with the sewage treatment plant, we need to understand, first of all, the quality and quantity of the septage, and also to understand that if at all, if this is mixed with the sewage treatment plant, and what kind of, repercussions can be later occur in the sewage treatment plant. So data requirement was, first of all, to understand the characteristics of the STP. For this, we collected the data on the design and operational hydraulic loading of the STP by collecting what is the designed hydraulic capacity and how much is the operational load as of now. The same ways for the COD loading and the same ways for the solids loading. Accordingly, calculated the gap hydraulic COD and solids loading to understand that how much capacity is available for the septic treatment, and current STP performance in terms of influent sewage parameters and effluent sewage parameters were understood, and also understood whether the STP is complying with the discharge standards or not. And for further going with the integration of the co-treatment, the technology of the STP was also taken into account. Apart from that, for understanding how the sewage can be co-treated with the septage, current sewage flows was also also collected. Projections of the sewage flows over planning period, characteristics of sewage, these are probably is not required at this pre-feasibility time of pre-feasibility check, but later on when we are going to really co-treat the septage with the sewage, we need all these parameters or all this data to be in place. And for the septage, we need to understand the total estimated sludge to be treated, how much is the sludge generation, what is the quantity and quality of the septage which is being generated. So these are the few of the data requirements. Now coming to the findings part, out of those, we came to know that out of those 31 towns, 13 towns did not have any treatment facility. This was actually a request which came from the NMCG that do suggest some measures for the septage treatment in these 31 towns. So we were surprised to see that 13 towns did not have any treatment facility, neither in the proposed phase nor in the existing phase. And the towns which had the treatment facility were 18. And most of the towns were class 2 towns. Only one class 1 town was not covered into that. So this is the further classification, that how many towns are having the STPs, how many times towns are having only FSTPs, proposed STPs or proposed FSTPs. So this is a classification further to understand what works where, what is the situation there on ground. So if you see the summary, the completed plus under construction, there are 59 STPs in these 31 towns. No, not 31 towns, in these 13 towns. Sorry, in these 18 towns. Out of that, 36 plants are completed, but 4 plants were not complete, not operational. So we did not consider these plants into our studies. And 9 plants were operational, but not complying to the CPCB norms. We did consider it in the study, thinking that there may be some process correction later, which can lead to the complying to the CPCB norms. And 2 plants were not considered for the study, Narora and Bithur. So the study essentially consists only 30 operational STPs for understanding the co-treatment potentials. If it is see this table, this summarizes that what is the name of the town, what is the name of the STP or the location of the STP, and what is the quantity of fecal sludge that can be co-treated in that particular city in KLD, and what is the septic generation in KLD. So in this way, if you see, we came out with a conclusion that there is a possibility in most of the towns where co-treatment can be done. But whereas there are few towns, there is no possibility for the co-treatment to be done. So if you see, in these tables, we have clearly mentioned that in which location or which STP the co-treatment is possible. So out of those 30 STPs, we came to know that co-treatment is possible on 24 STPs. So it means there is a huge avenues for the co-treatment or to cover the septic treatment without putting in extra effort of installing the FSTP. There is already an ample amount of opportunity available for the co-treatment to be done. So there are 24 STPs where it can be done, while there are 5 STPs where there is no possibility of the co-treatment at all, which should not be further considered for the co-treatment. And there are few cases where co-treatment is not possible, but still proposed by NMCG or by any other organization. These are Ramnagar and Kanpur, where already 150 KLD of co-treatment is already proposed. So if you see, this table also shows that for the towns where there is no, because there are still 13 towns where there is no infrastructure available, then what can be the solution in those 13 towns? So in those 13 towns, we did an analysis wherein we could get that there are the cities which are near to those towns which do not have any infrastructure, either in the wastewater or for the septic treatment. The nearest city is nowhere more than 35 or 37 kilometers away. So if you see that in most of the cases, 1 or 2 towns, it is exceeding more than 37 or 40. Apart from that, most of the towns are within the 20 kilometers of distance from the nearest city, which has the STP already in place. So there is an opportunity, if it is done in the study is done in detail, we can understand that there is an opportunity for the town to go for the co-treatment in the nearby ULB, or if at all it is not possible due to some reasons, some economical feasibility or operational feasibility, the towns can go for the cluster approach also. If you see, the Najibabad, Nagina, Chandpur, Dhampur are very nearby cities, but they are discharging their septic into the river. So in case if these 4 towns agrees upon some point of time, either they can send their septic to the nearest city to Bijnor, or they can go for the cluster approach also by installing a FSTP. So the same case is for the other cities also. So a conclusion, if I draw the conclusion out of this, first of all, there is no data available, at least for these 31 towns, there we can understand that what is the situation in a particular city in terms of the wastewater and sanitation infrastructure. Either the data gives you the idea about the STPs available or the FSTPs available. But there is no particular data available where you can get the information that what is available where for the wastewater and sanitation treatment, surface treatment. So this is the one objective behind doing this report. Apart from that, it is also important to protect the water quality of Ganga River. The ULBs should develop sewage treatment plant with co-treatment facility or standalone fecal sludge treatment plant, not having any treatment facility in the town. That is also very much obvious from the report. The towns which have existing STPs with spare capacity or propose for new STPs should develop the co-treatment facility within the STP. As we came to know from the NMCC officials also, that now wherever the new tenders are coming in, they are integrating the co-treatment in the STP itself, so that it should not be a problem in the future. But what those infrastructure which is already in place, there should also be a study done that where are the awareness for the co-treatment to be done. And the towns where STPs are running to its design capacity, but there is no scope for scaling it up further, there should be a process to explore that where FSTP can be implemented for the FS treatment. And before finalizing, because this is a pre-feasibility assessment for those 31 towns, where we are only understanding whether the gap is available or not for the co-treatment. So once we understand, okay, the gap is available, now the further detailed studies to be done in terms to understand what is the actual quality and quantity of the septis generated from the town, and what are other, planning and design aspects which need to be understood further in terms of the land availability in the STP, potential and the distance from the core area of the city to the STP, potential and efficiency of existing STP to cater the FS, technology, what is the technology there, and what kind of co-treatment, integration need to be done, whether it should be the solid liquid separation or you can directly add it. So those kind of planning and designing aspects further need to be investigated before taking any judgment about the co-treatment. So that's it. With that, I would finish my presentation. I would definitely like to have the feedbacks from you, suggestions, any, and how we can improve it further. So before then that, I would like to invite the panelists on dais. Mr. Sarit, please come over here. Mr. Dhaval and Mr. Avinash. Welcome to the dais. So I will ask Jyoti to come over here and first of all take the questions of decentralized wastewater treatment system.
Yeah,
They have the questions, probably I will check. You can just, you have it on the slide and I'll see you in the picture.
Yeah. So the first question of discussion is, many decentralized technologies are there in the market and they claim very good performance results, but the problem is with their O&M and long-term sustainability. Countrywide, numerous decentralized STPs are deep. Is it visible to all? So actually for participants, I think it's not visible till the end. Okay. Is it visible now? Okay. So, yeah. So we start with the Sarit.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks to CSC for the opportunity to come and share here. So I'll respond to the first one, which is about decentralized wastewater treatment systems. It's long-term issues. So when we look at these kind of wastewater treatment systems, most often than not, we're talking about KLD. Like since morning we have heard of MLD scale, million liters per day scale, large sewage treatment systems, which generally would cater to a city level need. These kind of small scale sewage treatment plants are generally in KLD scale, would cater to a local community at best, and most often than not they are in existence because of a local regulation. So I come from Bangalore, for example. There is a regulation which requires that more than 15 dwellings, they need to have your own small scale STP. But while it at a local level it addresses the problem that those households or apartments don't need a centralized sewer system because they have it their own, but that problem is solved only on paper, primarily because so the question, of course, highlights some of the long-term issues. Now let's look at how these small scale STPs come, like in those apartments or those buildings. Like any other, so I have been part of many STP, FSTP projects where they all go through this regulation requirement of consent to establish, consent to operate, PCB requirement. Let's understand that how that process happens, right? Especially for a building. All that it takes place is that while the local building law may say, local bylaw may say that you've got to have an STP, but when the actual process happens, the way it is conducted is for NOCs that it's just looked at a small block in the overall plan that is submitted. Not really a check is applied on what exactly this kind of STP is, what qualities it is. Of course, there is a PCB consent to operate that comes in, but even those checks doesn't necessarily go into the details in terms of how effectively this kind of STPs will work. This problem particularly is more not as much for commercial buildings, but more for residential, because if you see in case of residential buildings, somebody develops those apartments and eventually the RWS take over. They hardly have any capability to understand what's the right STP or not. The reliance is on that, the local authority has given an NOC, there is a PCB consent to operate given, so it should be great. But most often than not, that's not the case. What could be done perhaps is that when we talk about the whole building plan approval process, so in Odisha, for example, the regulations have been amended to check and see that, you got to see whether, for example, if you have a septic tank, it is complying to the standard. But the next step is to train those officers also who do those check. Other thing I see as a gap in this industry, used water, is, when we talk about the quality of a sewage treatment plant, the testing is not that strong. I'll take an analogy of a car, for example. A car is checked for air pollution. When you buy a car, you see a small sticker at the your windshield. It says tested okay. Same thing, it doesn't happen in case of an STP. Like, we're talking about water compliance and environment compliance. So there is no testing body quality certification that happens beyond what PCB provides. Something that offers required. There is a need that we introduce something like a certification body or agency which can come. See, PCB doesn't have enough capacity, capability. There is a capability, but not enough capacity to do those checks. Bangalore, for example, has last study 3 years done ago shows 10,000 small scale STPs. Many metros, many cities will have many more. PCB doesn't have the capacity to go and check all those. So what we need is certification agencies who can come and check and then say that, okay, tested, okay, verify, which is what the RWS can rely on going forward. My last point will be that these problems can be addressed perhaps by looking at a market-based approach to the small scale STPs. So earlier in the session, there was a question about the reuse of treated water from STPs. Now that's happening quite well, like sir mentioned earlier, Anjan sir. But most of the thinking, if you see in India, even the framework that was released talks about a city level large scale STPs, and these STPs mostly are around the fringes of the city, and they will cater to the industries nearby, the agriculture farms nearby and all that. That's a good approach. But what we are missing out is the small scale STPs, which roughly treat about 20% of the water in the city. That's a great opportunity that could be tapped into. KLD scale, small scale STPs, which if treated properly, they can easily cater to a nearby commercial building. So this building, for example, is an air conditioner. It has a cooling tower. It needs water to be regularly supplied to. And at the same time, there are, for example, Electronic City in Bangalore, there are other places which have small scale industries, commercial places, which need treated water. There are entrepreneurs who are now in the country tapping into this opportunity of using the secondary treatment from small scale STPs, converting into a high grade water and then selling it to nearby industries. That kind of opportunity is something that, if promoted more, I think there is a chance that the quality of these kind of STPs, the O&M issues that we are talking about, can be addressed when there is a value that comes out from this, the treated water from these STPs. Yeah, that's where I end.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah. So the question here goes like, so why not to rigorously promote decentralized STPs at the institutional or neighborhood scale, only rather than focusing at neighborhood and city zonal scale? Not to focus at institutional and neighborhood scale, but rather to focus at an individual to
Institutional level, like similar to the many states are saying we should promote rainwater harvesting at institutional buildings, whether it is private or government. Similar way, we can promote decentralized wastewater for institutional buildings.
Yeah. So the way firstly, hi everyone, I'm Avinash. So I'm a practice lead for the water and sanitation portfolio at the National Institute of Urban Management. I represent the government of Telangana actually. So I've been working in this space for the last 12 years. So I'll share some of my experiential insights here. So the way I read this question is that you don't basically put one blanket approach for institution and neighborhood scales for certain, blanket size of population. And why so? Because it's also due to the nature of the urbanization, the nature of in situ developments in urban settings that we see. So I'll give you a classic case of one feasibility study which we did for a period of 7 to 8 months to gauge decentralized versus centralized and FSM. How do they compare with each other in terms of the unit economics? So this was a case of city of Ambajugai, where there was 30,000 population. It was agglomerating in 4 different directions. And then they were telling us to look at the cost of extending the underground drainage network, or alternatively look at having decentralized treatment facilities and networks in the as clusters in the agglomerated regions. Now, when we saw these, this is how the big picture looks like. But when we went to the site and we see the development on the ground, the nature of in situ developments that come up there demand that you lay the pipes in a certain way. It requires a lot of civil construction effort, but the actual cost of implementing it is very low. The final calculations that we did came up to about, like, if you are implementing the decentralized kind of system with settled sewers and a simple DWATS like facility where you have anaerobic baffle reactors, nature-based solutions and all of that, the operating cost, the recurring cost was 2 to 3% of the total capital cost. Whereas if they were to extend the network from the center of the city to the extended limits, it was translating 11 to 12%. The recurring cost was so much. So if you consider from a very big picture thinking perspective, decentralized wastewater management is a no-brainer. The manner in which you implement it, however, is very important. Because when you need to implement it, like in this particular case, in various cases where, we are called up to fix a solution, we'll find that in the peri-urban limit of a big city, say like Hyderabad, the local water utility or the PHED has, say, laid pipes, sewer lines, but there is one portion of that region. This is a real case, okay, in the region of Kondapur in Hyderabad, where like a few sets of households were not connected to the sewerage solution. Now, this is a single household, right? So at that single household level, you'll just need to connect them to something very simple, which works for them. You can't really have a packaged, one size fit all kind of solution for that individual house. Next to that individual house is an apartment, which requires a package solution. So you need to look at decentralized wastewater management in a context. There's also this misnomer associated with decentralized wastewater management, being, referred to as the technology, right? It's an approach actually, right? So it's all about looking at it in the context. So it's very important that you establish the context, the slope, the physiography, where the level of civil construction required. All of that is what defines the final implementation. Like in this particular Kondapur case, we went there, gave them a solution which costed on paper like 40,000 rupees. After final construction, this came up to 75,000. But the particular client there was more than happy to pay it, because the long-term benefits, there was no, there was not enough they could do to thank us. Now, 3 years later, after the implementation was done, they call us up and say that this sewer network has gotten extended to their region, and they want to connect the outlet of their treatment, that STP, into their facility. Now this is where decentralized systems get interesting. If you connect the outlet of their household system to this network, you still have a need to desludge that household system, right? So you need to, so this is not, this is not like discussing urbanization and all, right? Where you have certain phenomenon which you can generalize. There are so many of these very site specific, and for your information, I am an urban planner. I'm not an engineer, but I always learned the moral of my practice 7-8 years back, that I should always work with engineers, because I'll not understand the unit economics, the unit numbers of the big picture thinking that I would like to propagate, right? And with decentralized wastewater, that is particularly the case here. So, yeah, please.
I have to leave for the airport, so I'll apologize to everyone. I'll have to thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Sarit.
Thank you, Sarit.
Yeah.
So, I just will summarize here and pass it on to Dhaval. If anybody has any specific questions, we can take it from there on. So, the context in which this is done, like at a very individual household level, or whether this is done at an institutional level and all, this is very specific to the, there are few points here. So like the level of treatment required, whether there is a reuse potential that you can achieve. So that is what should dictate your selection of technology and all of that. So that's what I would think would be the appropriate way to reply to this question. Yeah.
Thank you, Avinash. So he ended on a very good point, because that was my starting point. Is decentralized approach always better? Is it always economical? The answer is no. It is very context specific, whether centralized would work or decentralized would work. For a city where the reuse potential for say 10, 15, 20, 100 MLD water is there, let's say industries are there it makes more sense that you collect all the water, treat it, and then supply it to the industries, and you get paid for it. So the cost gets subsidized, so the taxes can be reduced. In those cities, doing decentralization might hamper the whole economy or the scaling up of decentralized approaches. The other thing, usually what gets ignored during this classical debate of decentralized versus centralized is life cycle cost with cost of land included in it. Decentralized technologies or nature-based technologies per se require a higher area of area per KLD or per design capacity. So when you add the cost of land as well, because now land is an asset for most of the ULBs. A lot of ULBs are selling off the land to improve their municipal finances. So this piece of land or parcel of land is very precious. So if they put that parcel of land for wastewater treatment plant, then they are losing that asset. So if that cost is also taken into consideration, a lot of times the scale tips off towards centralized solutions or say mechanized technologies per se. So from there, I will move on to what are the issues and challenges with promoting decentralized approaches. So there is something called standardization and customization. Okay, centralized approach can be standardized because in centralized approach, we are mixing all the wastewater coming from different pockets of the cities together, and it not neutralizes per se, but it sort of homogenizes the mixture to which we design the treatment plant. But when we are going at a decentralized scale, the quality of the wastewater which is reaching to the treatment facility will vary significantly. If we are putting up a plant for a drain which is coming out of a slum, the quality will significantly differ as compared to the water coming out from an educational institute per se, or for that matter, even an elite residential institution. So standardization is not possible in decentralized approaches. For that, you need skilled people or experts who can design the systems well, or at least you need good decision makers or informed decision makers who can understand where this standardized solution will fit and where it won't work. For this, I will give you an example of how Japan did it. Many of you might have heard about something called Jokasu. Usually in India, whenever we talk about sewage treatment technologies, we call Jokasu as a technology. Jokasu essentially means, it's a Japanese word, it essentially means purification tank. Back in 1940s and 50s, Japan saw in the future that wastewater generation is going to increase and the water bodies are going to deteriorate the quality. And hence they invested a lot of money in research and development of a packaged solution, which is very specific to Japanese households. So the kind of wastewater which the Japanese households they produce. After that R&D, they scaled it up across the country by licensing out this technology to 3 to 4 major players. And those major players were given the responsibility of not only sort of manufacturing it at scale, which reduced the cost of the product, but also taking care of the operation and maintenance of each unit which is sold. So if the unit is not functioning properly at, say, Avinash's house, it is not Avinash who will be paying the fine. It is me as a supplier of that unit who has to pay the fine. So in a very systematic way, Japan scaled it up, and hence they could sort of successfully implement decentralized solution across the country. Now in India, there are a lot of loopholes. Lot of times we work in silos. Policies are not taken into consideration. Bylaws are not taken into consideration. And the whole market is technology driven or say innovation driven, because these are buzzwords right now. So a lot of times people fall to this thing that, oh, this is the newest technology in the market and this works fantastic. I used to get numerous queries regarding one such technology which had come to the market, say 10 to 12 months ago, electrocoagulation. Fantastic technology, nothing wrong in it. Its application has been done in industries, especially paint industry or say hospital effluent where blood is there. So colloidal solutions, a specific kind of effluent. Now these suppliers, because they knew that there is so much money through SBM, through NMCG, etc., they knew that there is a lot of scope or business. So they pitched this same technology for sewage treatment. Well, it can treat sewage, but whether it can treat economically is the question. As a result of which, a lot of states which blindly scaled up this technology are now sort of facing an issue that most of these plants are not working. And there are numerous sort of things which are connected to it. Now, talking about promoting decentralized STPs, what needs to be done? Bylaws and regulations is important, and of course, monitoring. Once the bylaws and regulations are put up, the households will start adopting decentralized technologies, and monitoring needs to be done. But what I think might work better, because we all are Indians and we like incentives, there should be some incentive connected to it. For example, in Maharashtra, if the society has solar related, say solar panels for heating water or for generating electricity, they get rebate in the property tax. So it's a huge incentive. And that incentive I will get once I invest, say 30,000-40,000 rupees for one house, I'll get that incentive lifelong. So same has worked for EVs as well right now. EV, like, although the market is not still well established, the charging points are lacking. People cannot take these cars from one city to another city, but still a lot of people are buying electric vehicles. Why? Because there is rebate connected to it. So incentives might help to sort of scale up the decentralized approach in the towns and in the cities. However, one should not forget that regulation, bylaws, and monitoring, these three things should be, the loopholes in these three places should be plugged first, and then only the scaling up should happen. Else, scaling up will lead to actual it will have a negative impact on the environment. Yeah, so that was it from my side. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So next question is, STP data, we can get it easily from any agency, like NMCG is monitoring STPs, and state has some monitoring mechanism also. CPCB is monitoring the STPs, but decentralized STPs data we don't get. So do we need to do a full-fledged study for this? How much waste is generated, treating by decentralized systems, whether they are complying or not? So what are the ways and what efforts need to be established?
Yeah, I mean, this is just, I mean, it's the answer to the question is obviously yes, but the point is how. So we keep using this piece of English saying that we need monitoring and evaluation systems for, having a sense for what is the kind of wastewater that is generated. And I mean, if you have a building or you have a system wherein a building has come up in a particular region and that building gets floors added to it, then it is important that the associated load on the infrastructure also keeps getting recorded. This is where there is some dysfunction in the system, because the agencies which need to work together do not work here. And I mean, like, if the classic case is, so the municipalities are responsible for giving building approvals, but then the water utility is the parastatal that is responsible for putting down the sewer lines. So if somebody does a building violation and goes extra floors, then there is some information that gets lost there, right? And other than that, there is also this mandate. I mean, larger gated communities have a mandate, like what Sarit was earlier mentioning. Beyond a particular threshold, the wastewater should entirely be consumed. I mean, zero discharge is one thing, and also wastewater treatment facility in-house is one thing. It just goes without saying that you need to have a record of this. Cities like Hyderabad have, in the recent past, started recording this. So all the private STPs right now are getting periodically reviewed. Okay, this is a new practice. This wasn't the case earlier. But the main argument for this is not just from a regulatory perspective. It is also from what like Dhaval was earlier saying. It's from a market perspective. Like, you know, how much wastewater potential is there in your treated byproducts from the wastewater that gets treated, right, in these treatment systems. How much of that is available in your market, you will know, right? So if you know there is a certain treatment capacity, say 20 KLD, something is treated, you know that corresponding treated byproduct is available in the market for some kind of reuse, right? Whether that information is something which, I mean, going by the kind of trends in studies that have emerged since 2014, 15, 16, you'll start finding a lot of studies being done in Pune, in Bangalore, by various consulting agencies where they're trying to map what is the wastewater reuse that is available in these markets. The only issue is that all of this are empty, isolated exercises. So there is a government is telling you should use treated wastewater, but on the other hand, it's giving fresh water to industries. And on the other hand, you have 20 KL water scheme for households. So when there is a clear incentive to use high quality water, why would you want to corrode your, industrial, say, modules and everything with treated wastewater? And there's no guarantee yet for the quality of wastewater that can be supplied to these industries and for all these purposes, right? So the market is at a very embryonic stage. It's at this early stage where you have isolated regulation, you have isolated markets taking shape. In Hyderabad, HMWSSB recently commissioned a report to do a complete coverage of the wastewater reuse potential in the city. And we have a complete information database now. All of that reuse, largely the reuse is for horticulture, for, landscaping, those kind of purposes. And there's very little for industrial cooling and those kind of activities, but we are getting there. So database, the reason to know it is just twofold. You need to know how much pollution is getting emerging into your environment. Second, how much overall reuse potential is available, right? So I think these are the two reasons why you would want to do it. Yeah.
Dhaval, you want to add something?
Yeah, so with regards to how many decentralized STPs are there, yes, the State Pollution Control Board usually has the record. How many of them are working? I doubt that the Pollution Control Board knows. And I won't say it's their fault completely, because in one of the earlier panels, the point was put forward that enough human resources are not available even with the ULBs. So same is the state with even the Pollution Control Board. I was shocked to know that in Maharashtra, the Pollution Control Board has outsourced the monitoring of industry to a private agency. Now, I personally see a big loophole there, which that private agency would sort of exploit. But they don't have the resources to hire manpower on their payroll and execute the strategy of monitoring the industries. So, like monitoring is a big challenge there.
Yeah. So, and now we'll go with the co-treatment and septage questions. So first question is now, okay. We can take some questions from participants.
First of all, I would like to draw your attention for a program named SWAM, which was launched by Government of India in 2010, which is used for decentralization for 20 days single village school, which is same as it is decentralization for STP. And Government of India and World Bank did everything, have provided each and every spices like incentive, technical support, rules, regulation. And what happened? Finally, what are the results? And there was also a committee formed by rules and regulation provided by GOI. There is a user water sanitation subcommittee. Is the community-based committee and responsible for the O&M of this gravity-based single village scheme. But what we find after maybe 1 or 2 hours, they return a letter to local MP, local MLA, and DM sir. We are not able to run this scheme, and kindly hand it over back to UGS, Jalsasam, or some other government agency. I want to give just for an example, gravity-based single village scheme is a very simple system. As compared to decentralization of STP is a complex system. So what are my real finding basis on the SWAP program? There is only one way to operate this system. We have to impose heavy penalty. क्योंकि बिना डर के इंडिया में लोग हेलमेट भी नहीं पहनते, तो हम ये एज्यूम नहीं कर सकते हैं कि वो एसटीपी रन कराएंगे. और इसके अलावा जो हम लूप होल्स की बात करते हैं, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट लूप होल्स, वी डोंट हैव मैन पावर, वी डोंट हैव मॉनिटरिंग मैकेनिज्म. अगर फॉर एग्जांपल हम बात करें यूरोपियन कंट्रीज या दुबई की या कहीं की, दे आर यूजिंग टेक्नोलॉजी टू इम्पोज द पेनल्टी, and they draw very heavy penalty over when each and every mistake like wastage of water, ruined government property. So my suggestion is there is only one way to run the system, put some provision to impose heavy penalty or on the responsible community, whatever this is belong to village community or apartment.
Okay.
But finally, if we are just given incentive or something else, so this system cannot work.
Dhaval, would you like to add something on this?
Yeah, I do sort of agree to your point partially. Partially because penalties would mostly work in case of industries, because industries are also brand conscious. So they don't want the news to come out that they have to pay the penalty, etc., etc. With residential, it's a little complex because see, this is my personal sort of experience. I was sitting in one of the Jal Sansthan office of a city in Uttarakhand. My objective was to conduct a key informant interview of the chief engineer there. And I had to wait for 30-40 minutes because on that day, the workers had gone on strike. All the workers to whom the work was outsourced by Jal Sansthan, they went on strike. So the city was not getting water supply. Some part of the city was not getting water supply. During that, there came a lady with a bill of water supply, say, I think 12 or 15,000. And the bill was 12 or 50,000 because that house had not paid the bill at all. She came, she said, okay, this is the bill I have received. I don't want to pay. But chief engineer was like, you have to pay because you haven't been paying for last 6 months. And she said, oh, sir, wait for a minute. She took out the phone, dialed the corporator of her area, gave it to the chief engineer. And the chief engineer did this, like he scratched the bill. Okay, approved, nullified. And the fine was sort of waived off completely. And later when he started talking, he told me like at least every day 2 to 3 such cases comes where we have to waive off these bills. Even after levying high penalty, we have to waive off these fines. So in certain cities, it might work. It might work in cities where even the corporators understand the importance of maintaining the utility services, where you take into consideration their views and their perspectives as well while developing these infrastructure projects. Wherever these infrastructure projects are purely designed and planned by engineers or planners in the office without communicating with the citizens or the households, there definitely all the regulations, all the bylaws would fail. Because they don't feel that these network or utility services are for us. They feel that this is our right and they should give it for free. But yeah, giving free is not the solution. So yeah, it might work. Context to context, it will differ.
Because there is some loophole in data. But if we are talking about UPCL, power formation, there is no relaxation to cutting down the bill on null and void later. There is no provision in their tariff. So then the tariff is
So a short caveat over here, like I love the example which he gave here, because based on where you are positioned, your vantage point in the stakeholder map, this traditional Chanakya Niti is there, no? Sam, Dam, Dand, Ved. You have to decide which. It's not as simple as you just execute. There's a law, you execute it. I totally agree with what Dhaval is saying. Based on where at the vantage point you are, we play that card there.
Yeah, I'm from the Rajasthan, so
Right.
I already knew that.
Actually, it is very simple. So what you do, the consumer will get out. It is very simple from that point.
But in Uttarakhand, there is a town, Rudraprayag. In Rudraprayag, we have 5 decentralized STPs at different locations. These STP own electropopulation based technique.
Yeah.
But this is an official statement. These STP are not working.
Yeah, I know. That's why I give the example. And most of the times, I can be very frank. I used to get queries from Uttarakhand and Kerala, and few times I got it from Telangana as well, because the supplier, the consultant was trying to enter the Telangana state market.
Everyone is visiting and planting.
Sir, I have, yeah. I just have one question. Yeah, I just have one question. Yep. Sorry, we are late. Yep.
So are we
See, I come from Coimbatore. We work in an NGO. The river system is there. It was designed to carry fresh water. Ultimately, all the habitations en route, they have constructed something called stormwater drains, and all the sewage comes either directly into the river or into the channels or the system tanks. Now we are getting into trying to treat this sewage which is entering the system. So naturally, only decentralized system will work out, because wherever it is entering the system, we should try to put up a sewage treatment plant. Okay. Now, you've been talking about treating the water. Now, how about monitoring the quality of water? So what we are trying to, just tell me whether it is right or wrong. We are trying to put up a real-time monitoring system at each place where the sewage is entering the system, maybe into the lake or whatever it is, and ultimately into each and every lake. Lakes will have either 1, 2, or 3 inlets. So is it right to put up a real-time monitoring system? Because Fraunhofer from Germany, they've offered the system, and they're offering a data management system also, so that if there in case there is a failure in the STP will be upstream. It will be easily reflected here in the monitoring system. Is it right or wrong? That's all.
I'll very shortly answer this. Okay, I cannot give exact answer whether it is right or wrong, because I would have to understand where are you putting these sensors, what these sensors are going to measure. There are a lot of things. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Understood. But when we are putting these sensors in a water body, as opposed to a treatment plant has a controlled environment, water bodies don't. So your sensors will, even though they are real-time sensors, they might not give you the exact, they might tell you, okay, the BOD has risen, but the cause of that is not given by the sensors. Okay.
We have also been advised to do once in a fortnight lab level test. Apart from
That's okay. So just to sort of, I had missed out that point earlier. That was like I said, that technology driven and innovation seeking market is there for sewage treatment plants or for monitoring. However, while doing so, we are missing out the fundamental thing. For example, there is so much of innovation happening in sewage treatment technologies and technologies being patented and then licenses being sold by government and non-government agencies. However, most of the times I see that they lack the fundamental knowledge about the sewage treatment. So in Japanese, there is this word called shuhari. Shu means first you learn, ha means then you master and through practice, and re then you innovate into that. A lot of times people are jumping directly to innovation without understanding the fundamental process through which that technology treats the waste. Okay, so a lot of times, yes, innovation is good, but blindly doing it and selling it to the people or masses to make business is quite wrong. So to answer your question, yes, it might be okay, but then pointing out that the parameter has changed and the reason for it is because this STP is not working, that is very difficult. It might be due to n number of reasons why that BOD, COD, pH or whatever has fluctuated. In a river or in a pond, where you put the sensor, say, for example, if it is a pond, then are you putting it at the center of the pond or it is at the surface? Yeah. So I'm giving you point. So in a channel as well, if you are putting in the center of the river or center of the channel or at the bank of the channel, at what depth, all these things matter a lot. And unfortunately, in India, the research for this is lacking. 2 days ago, because we are working on one of the rivers right now, for decentralized STPs, we want to protect the river water quality. So I was asked to give the points where the sampling should be started so that pre and post project analysis can be done. So I went on the internet, started searching whether in India somebody has produced where and how to sample river water. And there was no document I could find. However, I could find plenty documents of universities in Europe and US where they had documented like how to do it for a river or how to do it for a lake and the repercussions if you do that wrong. So yeah, we need to sort of talk in detail.
Yeah. So as we are running out of time, so would request
last one. Sorry. So one quick thing I would like to highlight certain aspects that we have started seeing in a practice, because being an architect, we see lots of clients and lots of projects being done and dealt. Pollution Control Board has set a norm for most of the industries and buildings. And now I think it's only houses which are left to have their independent STPs. Most townships don't have a sewage treatment lines also being laid. If it's an industry like IT offices or all of those, they don't get manual connections to the STPs. That's fine. That's one of the part of the problem, because what is happening is there are two kinds of treatment systems. One is the decentralized mechanized ones and one is nature-based ones. The decentralized mechanized ones need a huge amount of electricity and a manpower to maintain it. Most schools, malls find it very costly to manage and afford that kind of thing. And it's easier for them to buy fresh water than to treat this water and reuse it. So this is one loophole where the fresh water is cheaper than the electricity. And also you can use that water for something else. And the other loophole is that without running the STP, this water ends up in your stormwater drain, because that connection is still available. So I think there is a larger framework where these policies needs to be worked with hand in hand with the electricity and water, both of them.
Yeah. Avinash, you would like to answer this?
I think that's a very pertinent point. Actually, it underlines some of the narratives we already shared. Valid point, totally. I don't think there's anything to add to it. I mean, in the interest of time, I think we should take the remaining questions, right?
No, so now we will be wrapping.
Okay. Fine. Yeah.
Okay. So any more questions? Would request Deepinder sir for the closing remarks, sir, please. Okay, Sumita, please. Over.
Thank you so much, Jyoti, for moderating the session, and thank you, panelists, for your wonderful views on the subject. And I hope that it is going to be helpful for all of us. and the panelists who are there on the dais since morning and who are there with us for their, valuable inputs. Thank you so much. The audience who have been there for the entire day throughout all the sessions and patiently listening to us. Thank you so much for being here. There are few who have come all together from Coimbatore till here just to attend this session. I would really appreciate. Thank you so much for being here. And last but not the least, my colleagues who have put a lot of efforts in putting in this conclave. And I'm happy that at least we could do some sort of, brainstorming on those issues which are really very much relevant for the cities for being the water sensitive. So thank you so much. Thank you, Namami Gange, for being with us for this whole project. And thank you, sir, for guiding us. Thanks a lot.